never do. But sometimes when I will do, not really that. Skip. University. Different. Never. What is it? No. All of them will do. Then it is for me. Hmm. But I like breakfast. That's what. One of JD.
Ladies and gentlemen, our session will begin shortly. We kindly invite everyone to take your seats and prepare for our next agenda. For those joining us virtually, please remain connected and ensure your microphones are muted. We will resume shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our session will begin in another 5 minutes. We kindly invite everyone to take your seats and prepare for our next agenda. For those joining us virtually, please remain connected and ensure your microphones are muted. We will resume shortly. Thank you. Our esteemed Vice Rector of Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin Uniska, Dr. Elisa Fajriyadi, our respected Pro-Vice Chancellor of Inti International University, Professor Technologist Dr. Wong Ling Shing, Honorable Chair of ICETSD 2026, Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Lee Hong Ping, Honorable Deputy Chair of ICE Honorable Advisors of ICETSD 2026, Honorable Deputy Chairs of ICETSD 2026, Honorable Director of Inti International University, Professor Dr. Cheng Wan Hee,
Honorable Chairperson of Foundation, Dr. Randus Haji Budiman, Honorable Chairperson of Foundation Advisor, Haji Rahmi Tajudinor, Distinguished Dean, Head of Departments and Faculty Member. Our valued representative and collaborators from our partner institution, distinguished speakers, researchers, academicians, industry partner, and honored guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. I'm Putri from Inti International University.
And I'm Aulia from Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari. We will be your MC and share this wonderful day with all of you.
Before we officially begin, we will move to the brief safety video announcement to ensure everyone's well-being throughout this event.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Gedung Rektorat Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari. Gedung 4 lantai ini menjadi pusat administrasi, akademik, dan berbagai kegiatan universitas.
Dengan aktivitas yang padat dan fasilitas modern, kenyamanan serta keselamatan menjadi prioritas. Mari kita pahami prosedur kesehatan dan keselamatan kerja atau K3 selama berada di gedung ini.
Gedung Rektorat memiliki ruang administrasi, ruang pimpinan, smart classroom, dan auditorium, semuanya dirancang untuk mendukung pelayanan terbaik.
Setiap lantai dilengkapi dengan apar, hidran, lampu penanda, dan rambu keselamatan. Kenali lokasi peralatan keselamatan terdekat dari posisi Anda.
Bagi yang telah mendapatkan pelatihan, Anda dapat menggunakan apar untuk memadamkan api awal. Caranya sangat mudah. Tarik pik pengaman, arahkan laser ke sumber api, tekan tuas, lalu sapukan dari sisi ke sisi hingga api meredah. Jika terjadi kebakaran, hentikan aktivitas dan tetap tenang. Ikuti jalur evakuasi menuju pintu keluar terdekat.
Pastikan tidak menggunakan lift. Gunakanlah tangga darurat di beberapa titik gedung. Jika terjadi gempa, lakukan drop, over, hold on, merunduk, berlindung, dan bertahan hingga guncangan berhenti.
Setelah aman, lakukan evakuasi dengan tertib melalui tangga darurat. Hindari berdesakan dan ikuti jalur yang ditentukan.
Gedung ini memiliki 3 tangga darurat, 4 pintu keluar, dan 1 titik kumpul di area luar gedung. Pastikan Anda memahami rutenya.
Untuk mencegah risiko, hindari aktivitas seperti merokok di dalam gedung, penggunaan alat masak tidak berstandar, atau sambungan listrik berbahaya.
Keselamatan adalah tanggung jawab bersama. Dengan memahami K3, kita menciptakan lingkungan kerja yang aman dan nyaman.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our program, we would like to invite Dr. Gusti Rusdi Furqan Sharillah to lead us in the recitation of Doa. May I kindly invite Dr. Gusti to come forward and lead the recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, let us take a moment to pray together according to our respect, faith, and beliefs. With your permission, I would like to the prayer according Islamic tradition. Let us pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajmain. Allahumma gfir lana yunubana wali walidina warhamhum kama rabbayana shaghira. Allahumma rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Wa tub alaina innaka anta tawwabur rahim. Allahumma nawwir qalbina binuri hidayatika kama nawartal adro binuri samsika abadam abadam birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurrata ayun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Allahumma la sahlan illa ma ja'altahu sahla wa anta taj'alu hasna idza syita sahla. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala khairi khalqihi sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa salam walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gusti. May the dua serve as a meaningful blessing for the success and smooth running of today's program.
Now, I would like to invite everyone to please rise for the Indonesia Raya. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, next, let us take a moment to get to know about Uniska and Inti International University. Kindly direct your attention to the screen for their official introduction videos.
The quality of nation can be measured by the quality of education. Education is one form of moving toward the future. Islamic University of Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin presents as an education leader with synergy and integrity in Indonesia. Established in 1981, for more than 40 years, we are committed to improving the quality of education and human resources in our institution. Prioritizing education activities with quality and international standards based on Islamic values, individualizing an effective, efficient, and moral education system. It's the largest private university in Kalimantan. Uniska continues to progress and evolve. Uniska has undergraduate to postgraduate programs with 10 faculties, consisting of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Islamic Studies, Faculty of Public Health, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Information Technology, Faculty of Pharmacy. With the support of existing facilities, Uniska can become the right place for the community to develop and learn. It has an integrated educational campus and standardized laboratory facilities and practice areas. We believe that with the existing economic, social, cultural, and technological growth, Uniska can continue to grow and develop, so it's able to produce graduates who can compete not only on local and national level, but also on international level.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saat ini Uniska Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin bangga sebagai perguruan tinggi swasta terbesar di Kalimantan dengan lebih dari 20.000 mahasiswa dari berbagai latar belakang. Saya sangat percaya melihat Uniska tumbuh menjadi universitas yang unggul, kredibel, yang menjunjung tinggi nilai-nilai keislaman di ASEAN yang lebih luas. Kami berdedikasi untuk mempersiapkan lulusan yang menguasai ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi sesuai dengan bidangnya masing-masing dan berkarakter Islam, untuk berkontribusi tidak hanya di tingkat nasional tetapi juga di panggung internasional. Bersama-sama mari kita terus maju dan membangun masa depan yang bisa kita banggakan bersama. Terima kasih telah menjadi bagian dari perjalanan ini. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yayasan kami berkomitmen untuk mendukung kemajuan Uniska dengan mengembangkan fasilitas modern dan representatif bagi seluruh sivitas akademika. Salah satu capaian terkini kami adalah pembangunan gedung rektorat baru yang berfungsi sebagai pusat layanan dan kegiatan universitas. Kami juga terus memperluas fasilitas di lokasi-lokasi utama termasuk Banjarbaru, Banjarmasin, dan Handil Bakti. Kami percaya bahwa fasilitas modern, terutama laboratorium, merupakan fondasi penting untuk mendorong prestasi dan inovasi di Uniska. Dengan dukungan kolaborasi dan berkelanjutan, yayasan kami akan terus meningkatkan lingkungan kampus untuk masa depan yang lebih cerah di Uniska. Demikian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Through innovation, commitment, and support for our existing elements, Uniska can work optimally so it can acquire prestigious awards both nationally and internationally. Education is one form of moving toward the future. With this encouragement, Uniska will always work together to the better future. Uniska, superior, innovative, and Islamic.
And now we are proud to present the traditional dance Sambut Bagirangan that showcases the rich cultural heritage and vibrant artistry of our region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the performance. thank you to our talented performer for that beautiful and vibrant performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to officially commence the third International Conference on Engineering and Technologies for Sustainable Development ICETSD 2026. This year, we embrace the theme Engineering Sustainable Future Through Innovation and Digital Transformation. This theme underscores the pivotal role of engineering innovation and digital transformation in advancing sustainable development. It highlights the integration of emerging technologies, data-driven methodologies, and advanced engineering practices to enhance system efficiency, resilience, and environmental performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and all participants, we shall now proceed to the welcoming remark. It is my great pleasure to invite Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Lee Hongpin, Conference Chair, to deliver the welcoming remark. Please welcome him to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Haja Rami Tajudino, Ketua Pembina Yayasan Uniska, Dr. Randos Haji Budiman Mustafa, Ketua Pengurus Yayasan Uniska, Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaino, Rector of Uniska, Professor T.S. Dr. Wong Ling Sing, Pro-Vice Chancellor of INTI International University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Am Gunawan, Vice Rector 1 of UNESCO, Associate Professor Dr. Galo Narosro, Vice Chancellor 2, Vice Rector 2, Associate Professor Dr. Didi Susanto, Vice Rector 3, Dr. Elisa, Vice Rector 4, Professor Dr. Cheng Wan Hee, Director of GRAC, INTI International University, Associate Professor IR Dr. Chua Keng Ho, Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Quantity Surveying, INTI International University, Associate Professor IR Hilda Helena, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Uniska. Distinguished keynote speaker, representative of our partner university, partners, fellows, academics, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen, salam siang, selamat pagi, and a very warm welcome to ICETSD 2026. Since we are here in a beautiful Banjarmasin, I would like to begin with a short pantun. Menyusuri sungai di Banjarmasin, singgah sebentar di pasar terapung, datang bersama membawa ilmu, pulang nanti membawa hubungan yang bersambung. I think these few lines reflects very well what we hope to achieve through ICETSD. We come together to share our knowledge and research, but hopefully we will return home with something more like new friendship, stronger connections, new opportunity for collaborations. On behalf of my organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to Third International Conference on Engineering and Technologies for Sustainable Development, ICETSD 2026. First, our sincere appreciation goes to UNESCO for hosting us in Banjarmasin. To the management of UNESCO and the entire organizing team, thank you for the warm hospitality and for all the efforts in making today's conference possible. I would like to thank our co-organizers, partners university, conference partner, keynote speakers, presenter, reviewers, and participants, including those who are joining us online today. ICETSD has now reached its third edition, and it is encouraging to see this conference continue to grow. But for me, The value of ICETSD is not only in the numbers of papers we present or the sessions we organize. It is also bringing people together like what we are having now. Our theme this year is Engineering Sustainable Futures Through Innovations and Digital Transformations. The challenge we face today are increasingly complex, and many of them cannot be addressed by only one person or one discipline or even one university alone. This is why collaboration is so important. And sometimes good collaboration begin very simple with a conversation during a conference like what we are having right now in ICETSD. Perhaps a conversation that starts here today may lead to a joint research project, a student collaborations, or a stronger partnership between our universities in futures. I also would like to express my sincere appreciations to the ICETSD 2026 Organizing Committee and our colleagues at Uniska and Undip. A great deal of work has taken place behind the scenes, and today's conference would not be possible without your commitment and your support. And finally, I hope ICETSD 2026 will be a meaningful experience for all of us, not only academically, but also an opportunity to strengthen the friendship and the partnership between our university. May the knowledge we share today inspire new ideas, and may the connections we have today continue well beyond this conference. And once again, welcome to Banjarmasin, welcome to Uniska, and welcome to ICETSD 2026. I wish all of you have a productive and enjoyable memories. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Lee Hongping, for the warm and inspiring welcoming remark.
Next, it is my pleasure to invite Associate Professor Engineer Firda Helena, Conference Advisor from Uniska, to deliver her welcoming remarks. Associate Professor Engineer Firda, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone. Distinguished leadership of Inti International University, Inti International University, dan estimate organizer is this conference. The Honorable Occupation, the Rector, Foundation, and Vice Rector, Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsad Al-Banjari. Distinguished leaders and representatives from Kimyo International University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Universitas KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, Diponegoro University, Borneo Lestari University, dan Lambung Mangkurat University, our esteemed co-host. Our distinguished keynote speaker, honor guest and delegate from ASEAN, Central Asia, Africa, and the wider international community. Fellow deans, academic, researcher, industry practitioners, policymakers, colleagues, and dear students. First and foremost, let us express to gratitude Almighty for His blessings, allowing together today, but in person and virtually, for opening ICETSD 2026. As the Dean of the Faculty Engineering at Uniska, of behalf and sire of community in Uniska, it's my great pleasure warmly welcome all of you. I would like to express my deepest appreciation with Inti International University for organizing this prestigious conference for interesting Uniska to serve as the host institution. My sincere thanks also to get all co-hosts, institution for their valuable support and collaboration, the strong partnership connecting institutions from South Asia, Central Asia, and Africa. And I would like the thanks the organizing committee and distinguished keynote speaker for their dedication and valuable contribution to the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of ICTSD 2026, Sustainable Development, Engineering Innovation, and Digital Transformation is highly relevant to the challenges we face today. Rapid technological development and growing environmental challenges required us to work together to create innovative and sustainable solutions. Through keynote presentation, technical session, ICTSD 2026 provide a valuable platform for researchers, academic, industry practitioners, policymakers to exchange knowledge, share the idea, and build new collaboration. We believe the meaningful progress cannot be achieved alone. It requires collaboration across discipline, institution, industry, and country. Therefore, we hope this conference will not only advance academic knowledge, but also inspire practical solutions, the strengthen society, improve technological accessibility, support and sustainable development, and contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Finally, I hope ICTSD 2026 will fruitful and inspiring conference for all us, and that will lead the meaningful partnership and lasting collaboration. Once again, welcome to ICTSD 2026. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Engineer Frida Helena, for the welcoming remarks and kind words.
Next, we are honored to invite Dr. Muhammad Saukani, Conference Deputy Chair from Uniska, to deliver his welcoming remark.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim ajmain, amma ba'du. The Honorable Professor Wong Ling-Sing, Vice Counselor in the International University, the Honorable Leader of Uniska Foundation. Here we have Ibu Rahmi Tajudinur and Pak Budiman Mustafa. Thank you for your coming. My Vice Rector for Ibu Dr. Elisa Fajriyanti. Thank you, Bu. You can give opening remark today. Professor Dr. Chua Keng Ho, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Quantity Surveying in the International University. Associate Professor Insinyur Firda Herlina, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsad Al-Banjiri, Banjarmasin. Associate Professor Dr. Lee Hongping as a conference chair, and my fellow Deputy Chair Conference, Dr. Lo Wenpei. Thank you for your coming. Distinguished speaker, researcher, college, and all the participants. First of all, I will say welcome to Banjarmasin. Welcome to Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsad Al-Banjari. It is a really pleasure to have you all stay here with us. Yeah, we know that some of you have traveled quite far from here, while others are joining online with us. So wherever you are from, We are very happy to have you with us. I would like to sincerely thank to INTI International University, Universitas Islam Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, our co-hosts. Here we have Undip, we have UNBL, we have UNLAM also. Our partner, advisor, and everyone involved in making ICET 2026 possible. And as a representative of the host institution, I would like to give very special thank you for our organizing team from INTI International University and our internal organizing committee from Universitas Islam Kalimantan, especially our college from Faculty of Engineering. So I know that organizing an international conference is not easy. There are many things happening behind the scene, many preparation, and many time of the hard work. So to all of you, thank you for your time, your energy, and your commitment. This conference will not be possible without your hard work. I hope this conference will be more than just presentation. I hope we share idea, meet new college, and start new collaboration. And for those visiting Banjarmasin for the first time, I hope you enjoy not only the conference, but also the people, the culture, of course, the food of South Kalimantan. So once again, welcome to Uniska, welcome to Banjarmasin, welcome to ICET 2026. Please enjoy the conference. Have a great day. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Saukani, for your welcoming remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed with the opening remarks. It is a great honor to invite Professor Technologist Dr. Wong Lingxing, Pro-Vice Chancellor of INTI International University, to deliver the opening remarks. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Distinguished guests, our colleagues from INTI, from Uniska, and also from the Foundation Uniska, Yayasan Uniska. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Selamat pagi. Salam sejahtera. Saya berasal dari Sarawak. Saya pun orang Borneo ya. Tadi bila saya berada di bumi Banjarmasin ini, saya terasa saya macam balik kampung ya. I'm very proud and it is my honor to be here today standing on the land of Banjarmasin, especially in Uniska. This is a very good place, and if we can see our surrounding, I'm standing in a very big hall, which is very suitable for this and very conducive for the international conference where we can have very good interactive after this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with my pleasure that to welcome everyone to the third International Conference on Engineering and Technologies for Sustainable Development, ICETSD 2026. On behalf of INTI International University, it is my honor to convene this vital gathering of brilliant minds united by a shared vision, engineer a more sustainable and resilient future. The theme of this year's conference, Engineering Sustainable Future Through Innovation and Digital Transformation, is a call to action. It recognizes that the pressing challenge of our time, from climate change to resource scarcity to the need of resilient infrastructure and equitable access to technology, demand a new paradigm of true collaboration. This conference serves as the crucible for such a paradigm, providing a scholarly platform to explore the powerful intersection of traditional engineer disciplines with the boundless potential of digital technology. For example, engineers today, we gather in our hall in Banjarmasin for this conference, but at the same time, through all our camera here, actually, the audience throughout the world is joining us through the digital technology. The core objective of ICETSD 2026 is to foster international academic environment where high quality research is not only disseminated but also translated into tangible impact. We are here to bridge the gap between theory and practical, to explore how data-driven methodologies, artificial intelligence, which is everywhere now, and advanced engineering can enhance our system efficiency, promote environmental stewardship, and accelerate the progress of our United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDGs. By aligning our discussion with these critical SDG, including quality engineering education, clean energy, industry and innovation, and sustainable communities, we affirm that our commitment to create solutions that are as inclusive as their innovation. So this conference stands as a testament to the power of global collaboration. We have our participants not only from Malaysia and Indonesia. We have participants from Thailand, from Japan, from African countries, from Europe countries, right? So together, today, we are here as a single entity. I wish to extend my deepest gratitude to our committee members today, right, to make this event a reality. Thank you. I wish to say especially to our chair, Dr. Lee Hompe, and also Ibu Vida, for your hard work to make this event a success, and to our gracious host, Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Uniska. Thank you for your invaluable partnership and all your support and warm hospitality to make this conference a success. Our sincere thanks also wish to go to our co-organizers and our sponsors whose collaborative spirit have been instrumental in shaping this event. We are profoundly grateful to all our presenters and our participants, which your ideas, your sharing will form the core of this conference. To our esteemed keynotes, I wish to thank you for sharing your global insights and inspiration and visionary words. Ladies and gentlemen, let us embrace today conference. Actually, it starts yesterday with some of the workshops, and may this journey of discovery, dialogues, and inspiration beneficial to everyone. Thank you, and I wish all of you a productive and rewarding conference. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Technologist Dr. Wong Lingxing, for the inspiring and meaningful opening remarks.
Now it is our great pleasure to invite Dr. Elisa Fajriati, Vice Rector of Uniska, to deliver opening remarks. Dr. Lisa Fajriati, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings of peace and prosperity to all of us. The Honorable, the Head of the Foundations of Uniska, Ibu Hajah Rahmi Tajudinur, dan Bapak Haji Budiman Mustafa, the Vice Rectors, the Dean of the Faculties, and the Director of the Postgraduate Programs, especially for the Dean of the Engineering Faculties, the Head of the Bureaus of Uniska, the Conference Deputy Chair, and all the committee from Uniska. Our distinguished partners from INTI International University, we have here Associate Professor Dr. Lee Hong Pin, the Conference Chair, welcome. And Professor Dr. Wong Lingxing, Research and Conference Patrons, welcome. And Associate Professor Dr. Chua King Hu, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Quantity Surveying, and Professor Dr. Wong Lingxing, Research and Conference Patrons, and all the esteemed committee that I cannot mention one by one. First and foremost, let us express our deepest gratitude to Almighty God for His grace and blessings, which have brought us together here today in good health and the spirit of collaborations. Before I begin presenting the opening remarks, let me extend the apology from our rector that he cannot attend for today's conference due to several meetings that he has to handle. But he sent us his warm welcome and hope for this conference will run smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me, on behalf of the Rector of Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin, to welcome all distinguished guests, the keynote speakers, the researchers, academics, professionals, students, and all participants to the 3rd International Conference on Engineering and Technology for Sustainable Development 2026. To all our friends and colleagues who have traveled from different cities and traveled to different countries, welcome to Banjarmasin, welcome to South Kalimantan, welcome to Uniska. We are known as the City of the Rivers, a city shaped by a meeting of Martapura and Barito rivers. And for generations, our rivers have not simply been geographical features. They have been routes of communications, centers of trade, and places where people, cultures, and ideas meet. Perhaps, therefore, Banjarmasin is a particularly appropriate place for a conference such as this, because innovation also flows. It flows from one discipline to another. It flows from university to industries. It flows from research laboratories to communities. And most importantly, it flows when people are willing to share what they know with others. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference is not an isolated event. It's a continuation of a conversation that has already begun. Our previous gathering in Bali last year created an important space for us to exchange the ideas, perspective, and research. And today, that conversation continues here in Banjarmasin. We have moved from one island to another, but the purpose remains connected, to ask better questions about the future and to develop solutions to make that future worth living in. This continuity is meaningful because sustainable development cannot be achieved through a single conference, a single research project, or a single institution. Sustainability requires continuity of thought, continuity of collaborations, and continuity of commitment. And these were the long-standing relationship between INTI International University and Uniska become especially valuable. Our institution have maintained a very good relationship and meaningful cooperation for many years. What brings us together here is therefore more than an event on an academic calendar. It is another chapter in a relationship built through mutual respect, academic engagements, and a shared belief that universities should not work within their own boundaries. Distinguished participants, this theme of the conference is Engineering Sustainable Futures through Innovations and Digital Transformation, invites us to think beyond the technology itself. Technology gives us the ability to build many things, but the greater responsibility is to decide what is worth building, for whom, and what kind of future it will create. A sophisticated system can still fail to serve people. A brilliant innovation can still create a new inequalities. And a highly efficient technology can still be unsustainable if we forget the environment and social consequences. Therefore, perhaps the most important question for engineers and researchers today is not simply what can we build, but rather what should we build, for whom, and what kind of future will our solution create? The question changes the role of engineering. Engineering is no longer only about designing the structure, machine, systems, and technology. It is increasingly about designing possibility for humankind. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference will not end when the final presentation is completed. Let us make it the beginning of something else. Perhaps a new collaboration, a new research and solution that can make a real difference to society. To all presenters, I encourage you to share your ideas openly. To all researchers, I encourage you to challenge the assumptions, including your own. And to our students, I encourage you to not merely to inherit the future, but to participate in designing it. And to all participants, I hope you will take something from Banjarmasin beyond photographs and conference certificate. Take home a new questions, a new perspective, and perhaps a new collaborator. On behalf of Uniska, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Inti International University, the organizing committee, the speakers, reviewers, partners, and everyone who has contributed to making this conference possible. May this collaboration continue to grow stronger, not merely from conference to conference, but from idea to action, from research to impact, and from partnership to long friendship. And now it is my great honor to officially open this conference. With the name of Almighty God, I hereby officially declare the Third International Conference of Engineering, of Technology and for Sustainable Development 2026 open. May this conference be successful, inspiring, and fruitful for all of us. Once again, welcome to Banjarmasin. Welcome to Uniska. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elisa Fajriati, for the insightful and inspiring opening remark.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the token of appreciation presentation as a gesture of our sincere gratitude and appreciation to our co-organizer, host university, and keynote speaker for their invaluable support, collaboration in making this conference a success. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite our distinguished representative to come forward and join us on the stage for the ceremony. First, I would like to call upon Professor Technologist Dr. Wang Lingxing, Dr. Elisa Fajriati, Associate Professor Technology Dr. Lee Hong Ping, Professor Dr. Cheng Wan Hee, Associate Professor Dr. Chua Keng Ho, Associate Professor Engineer Firda Helena, and Dr. Muhammad Saukani. Please come to the stage. So now we will begin the presentation. First, we would like to present the token of appreciation to our silver co-organizer, Universitas Lampung Mangkurat, ULM. May I kindly invite the representative from ULM to come forward to receive the token of appreciation. Once again, let us give them a warm round of applause. Thank you to ULM for your invaluable support and contribution to this conference. Next, we would like to present the token of appreciation to our silver co-organizer, Universitas Borneo Lestari, UNBL. May I kindly invite the representative from UNBL to come forward to receive the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you to UNBL for your invaluable support and contribution to this conference. Moving on, we would like to present the token of appreciation to our goal co-organizer, Universitas Diponegoro Semarang, Undip. May I kindly invite the representative from Undip to come forward to receive the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you to Undip for your invaluable support and contribution to this conference. Finally, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to our host university, Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Uniska, for their invaluable support and contribution throughout this conference. As the representative from Uniska are already on the stage, we will now proceed with the exchange of tokens of appreciation between Uniska and Inti International University. First, I would like to invite a representative from Inti International University to present the token of appreciation to Uniska. Thank you. Next, may I invite the representative from Uniska to present the token of appreciation to Inti International University. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us giving a warm round and well-deserved round of applause to both institutions.
Before we proceed, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude and sincere appreciation to all our valued partners and supporters who have contributed to success of this conference. Our sincere thanks to co-organizer Platinum Kimyo International University in Tashkent.
Next is co-organizer Silver, University of KwaZulu-Natal.
Next, industry platinum sponsor ICETSD and CIRES.
Next is supporting partner, Technological Association Malaysia, TAM.
And academic writing partners MAB, Proofread, and PR. Thank you for your invaluable support, collaborations, and contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, Once again, please give all our co-organizers, sponsor, and partner a warm round of applause.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to move on to a token of appreciation to our keynote speakers. Once again, once again, I would like to invite the representative, Professor Technologist Dr. Wong Ling Shi, Associate Professor Dr. Lee Hom Ping, Associate Professor Dr. Chua Keng Hu, Associate Professor Engineer Firda Halina, Professor Dr. Cheng Wahi to come to the stage for giving ceremony to the token of appreciation to our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the presentation of token of appreciation to our esteemed keynote speaker in recognition of their valuable contribution to our program. First, may I invite Dr. Engineer H. Agus Wiramsha Oscar, Senior Lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering Uniska, to kindly come forward to the stage to receive his token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Agus. Next, thank you once again, Dr. Agus. Next, may I invite Dr. Jati Aryati, Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia, to kindly come forward to the stage to receive the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Jati.
Next, may I invite Mr. Novian Adipura, Lecturer and Head of Information System Unit at Universitas Borneo Lestari, Indonesia, to kindly come forward to stage to receive his token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for him. Thank you, Mr. Novian. And finally, may I invite Professor Engineer Dr. Leong Wei Yi, Senior Professor from the Faculty of Engineering and Quantity Surveying, Inti International University, to kindly come forward to stage to receive her token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause. Okay, thank you, Professor Leong. Please give applause again.
Ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate this special moment, we will now proceed with the photography session. I would like to invite all the VIPs, the first row and the second row, to come on the stage for our photography session. Once again, I would like to invite our VIP on the first and second row to come to the stage.
Kepada Bapak Ibu, mohon bisa bergabung ke depan untuk berfoto bersama. Silakan kepada Bapak Ibu untuk bisa naik ke atas panggung.
We'll take a picture one by one.
Untuk pertama kita berfoto bersama sesi VIP dulu, nanti akan ada foto bersama peserta.
All our VIPs, please remain on the stage. I will now like to invite all participants to join us on the stage for a big group photo. I would like to ask all students to come forward.
Kepada Bapak Ibu, mohon untuk bertahan dulu. Kita akan ada sesi foto dengan peserta. Kepada seluruh peserta dipersilahkan untuk berdiri di bawah panggung kepada seluruh peserta. Oke, silahkan mungkin bisa berkumpul dan lebih rapat lagi ya, supaya semuanya muat. Bisa digeser, mungkin lebih geser lagi supaya lebih rapat. Bahasa Banjarnya susun sirih, susun sirih. Oke, Mr. Kamil, oke?
Thank you everyone for the wonderful photograph. May I kindly invite all our VIPs and guests to return to your seats as we proceed with the next agenda of our program.
Oke, kepada Bapak Ibu dan juga peserta dipersilakan untuk bisa duduk kembali ke tempatnya. Sebentar lagi kita akan mulai sesi pemaparan dari keynote speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the keynote session, we would like to invite everyone to kindly scan the QR code displayed on the screen to receive your e-certificate of participation. Make sure you fill in the form to receive the e-certificate. For our online participant, the link will be provided in the chat box. Thank you.
Kepada seluruh peserta, untuk QR yang ditampilkan di depan bisa di-scan dari sekarang.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to one of the highlights of today's program, the keynote speaker session. We are honored to have 9 distinguished keynote speakers joining us today, both physically and virtually, to share their valuable insights, expertise, and perspective with us. Each keynote speaker will be allocated 20 minutes for their presentation. We kindly encourage all speakers to keep within the allocated time so that we can maintain the program schedule and ensure that all session proceeds smoothly and on time. Without further ado, let us begin our keynote session.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker for today. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Insinyur Haji Agus Wiramsyah Oscar. Dr. Agus is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, and also served as the Director of Kepala Teknik Tambang and Ketua DPW KPKI Kalimantan Timur dan Utara. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Geological Engineering from the University of Pajajaran, Bandung, with more than 30 years of experience. His expertise spans strategic business development, market expansion, strategic partnership, geology, geotechnical engineering, geohydrology, research estimation, safety management (ESG), and sustainability, stakeholder management, risk management, community development, corporate communication, compliance, and strategic business. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause as we welcome him to the stage.
Oh, yes, thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Firstly, I would to say in bahasa, ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swasti, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan in bahasa. The Honorable Rector of Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, and also Ketua Yayasan, distinguished vice rectors and deans, the chair of member of the organizing
committee of this international conference, my fellow keynote speakers, honored guests from our partner universities, from INTI International, Undip, Unlam, the others, from industry and from government, their college and their student, all of you guys, in the main hall. It is a privilege to speak in Banjarmasin, a river city built by trade. As Dr. Lee said before, by logistic and by the movement of commodities, there is no better place to talk about supply chains and no better place to talk honestly about energy. The argument of this address in contain of 5 words. Energy transition is not a choice. It is a necessity. I make that argument not as an activist, but as practitioner, a geologist, mining engineer, safety professional, and teacher also, lecturer. And I will make it using the most recent figures. I could verify, including where those figures correct what our industry has been repeated for years. 3 questions. What is the world actually doing? What does mean for a coal province like ours? And what do we do on Monday morning? Why Pak Oscar said Monday morning? If we face in Monday morning, we only say headache in Monday morning. Okay, this slide talking about since the Paris Agreement 2015, countries have been adjusting their energy target and policy to reduce emission intensity and pass down the fossil share of their energy mix. That's why I show to you, this is as our background. Why choose the energy fossil? As you know, the next slide, I will explain that's why it is important to us. Yes, we're talking about this transition energy. Yes, we're talking about this innovation. Yes, we're talking about this sustainability. Subject to the theme of ICETSD 2026. Okay, but I must add the honest qualification straight away. Commitment, the trajectory are 2 different things. And this morning, I want to show you of both. It is, okay. Okay, we see Indonesia has substantial coal resource and reserve. Especially your student or mahasiswa in bahasa, you can make some decision for doesn't only short term, you have midterm and only long term decision about the 65 years. In Kalimantan, especially South Kalimantan and also East Kalimantan, 62% produce is our coal in total in Indonesia. Sumatra? No. Sumatra only 37%. Until 2045, Golden Age Indonesia, all of you guys, student, you can make some transformation, transition energy today to until 30 or 45 years. If you follow the, plan of the energy emission zero 2060, you can see we have reserve and resource. Yeah. We divide it onto at least 4 or 5. Firstly, we divide to Sumatra. Secondly, we divide to Kalimantan. The third, we divide to Sulawesi. And the fourth, we divide it to Papua. Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay. This slide show about I want to talk about the buyers. I want to talk about this. That's not only buyers, demand. Yeah, because this is where our industry has been telling itself. Yeah, to convert story. You will often hear that global demand peaked in 2014. Oh, this is past. Some years ago. But I will show to you. That is data. That is data 2014. We're facing with the 2026. Currently, I have said it myself, it is no longer accurate. And I would rather correct it here than have it corrected for me in the question session. According to the International Energy Agency, global coal demands reached an all-high about 8.79 billion tons in 2024. It's mean 2 years ago. And more against 2050, roughly about this 8.5 billion tons. Another record. Coal-fired generation also, what peaked in 2014 was coal share of the energy mix and coal consumption in advanced economy, the volume that doesn't disappear. It is move east. So, a fair question, if demand is at a record, why speak of transition at all? Here, the answer, and it is much closer to home than any 2050 scenarios. In the 2050, falling Chinese import produced the first contraction in global coal trade since 2020. And Indonesia, the world large importer, absorbed the large single share of that contraction with export down by nearly 50 million. Indonesia policy sit somewhere else entirely. Our national target is net zero by 2060. Couple days ago, I met some colleagues from the IKN. Hi, where you target to zero emission? Based on this our policy, national 2060, they said, Pak Oscar, 2030, it's mean 4 to 5 years ahead, they achieve the zero emission. Why? I asked them. Because IKN has built with this surrounding forest. Okay, I think that it's aggressive target. At least 2045. Okay, the next. That is why we're talking about this science diplomacy in supply innovation. As Dr. Lee said, yeah, thank you very much. We after this convention, we will collaborate. Yes, it is part of science diplomacy. Okay, why bring me my third question? What we do? My proportion in that answer is not found in the page. It is found in the supply chains because as the resource constraint loosen, the binding constraint becomes institutional, market access, carbon data, logistic cost, and price of capital. The industrial supply chains in Kalimantan carries their chronic burden, high logistic costs, uneven infrastructure, and very limited digital integration between parties who depend on one another daily. No single company can fix any of the three alone. Fixing them requires scientific evidence, diplomacy, and cross-sector collaboration together. What is called science diplomacy. Finally, so that this not remain a slogan, let me state the research question is a form that can be tested. Applying science diplomacy to a mineral supply chain is not new. Colleges have done it for the lithium chains in the Americas. We're talking about the rare earths mineral. What's difference here in the direction of the problem? The literature about the security scarce input hours about steering an incumbent commodity region through the contraction in demand. Instrument first di Balikpapan, IKN, Samarinda corridors, that invitation to this room, I will take collaborates. Okay, that is okay, we're talking about this part of series. Yeah, we're talking about this why, the background. We're talking about the science diplomacy. Then it is outcomes, environmental, social governance, ESG, new paradigm shift to energy security and green economics growth. Okay, every ecosystem needs rules. Our are written in the three letters: the integration, environmental, social, and governance factors into valuation in real shift in how firms are addressed, assess, its capture non-financial factor that carry very substantial financial conclusion. Firm that integrate ESG manage risk better, raise capital more cheaply, retain talent. Firm that ignore it face financial loss, reputation damage, regulatory penalty, operational disruption, and difficulty attracting the young people sitting in this room. ESG is no longer a report we publish. This is the passport our cargo worries. That's why you see this our government to manage this our production in these years. Last year in 2025, we're talking about the 800 million. Today, this year, this our government set up to 600. This our coal production in this to 600 million. Let me add things: safety provisional, safety performance, community concern, and permit integrity are government outcome. Our industry fast weigh strength and assess it's not carbon target. It is a fatality or broken promise to a village. Next. Here. Sorry. In 1st July, almost 2 weeks, we join with this Chinese Society of Engineers in in Guangxi, Bihai. Yeah. We're talking about this, our energy, our power, how to one road and one belt, how to mitigate our risks. Says couple years, next 10 to 50 years about this our energy in Indonesia, doesn't only Kalimantan. Okay, it is some research, doesn't only in Indonesia, joint research with this some engineers from Japan, Hokkaido. Yeah, it is civil regarding with this our geotechnical research and our geohydraulical research related to underground mine, Kuhiro coal mine. It is our monitoring joint or collaboration research also in this post mining area. Yeah. It is a result from this some research collaboration between corporation or companies, yeah, governments. Yeah. We make some journal, patent, and also some books. Yeah. It is this result. The key takeaway. Let me gather the traits. The words commitment and the words coal volumes are moving at different speeds. But the seaborne market, we depend on it's already contracting. Indonesian policy, it's ambitious on paper and slower in the investment plan. The coal industry therefore needs transition roadmap inside this decade, not after 2030. A roadmap, our context must include the day after mining, mentoring a green economy, and former mining site. It's mean landform final through agriculture, plantation, livestock, renewable energy, tourism, advocating policy that generally support post-mining sustainability, optimize reclamation, serious community development, and empowerment, better spatial planning, and revenue share fund actually reinvest the region that bears the extraction. Two admission before I close, because a keynote that only said does not worth your mourning. The first, the claim that former mining can carry agriculture, plantation, livestock, and tourism has to be demonstrated side by side. Soil quality, acid mine drainage, water, one verified reclamation result, it's worth more than a list of sector. The second and more important, transition that's only portfolio problem. It is a payroll problem and district budget problem. South and East Kalimantan depend on the sector for employee, for regional product, for revenue, share budget. Any roadmap that does not name the workers and the district finance does not roadmap. It's a brochure. Supply chains, innovation can here never be reduced to logistic and cost. It is a living social ecological system shaped by interests of people, industry, and knowledge. And joining science diplomacy, ESG ethics, supply chains philosophy give us a new paradigm for resource based on regional development from commodity extraction towards knowledge. The last not but least, done well, Kalimantan will demonstrate something the whole country needs to see. The resource based on economy can become knowledge based economy. That we are not only extracting natural resource, but only extracting knowledge, building reputation, and investing the future. What works can be here replicated in the Sumatra, Sulawesi, Papua, Jawa also. Permit me, the words is our first president. Know yourself, know your nation, know your archipelago, know your homeland, formulate a development strategy and a defense strategy that are suited to your geographical condition. Knowing our geography today means knowing our geology, our logistic, our emission, and our markets. Let me close where the lecturer or teacher so we may not always be able to build the future for the younger generation, but we can build a generation prepared to shape the future. To the universities, bring your research to the corridor, the ports, the pit, all of these pit to ports, to industry, Open your data and fund the question that make you uncomfortable to government. Give us action, standards, and permits that are transparent and predictable. Predictably is itself form of infrastructure. And to all of us, strategy is easy to write and hard to keep. Discipline is the key to getting things done. Energy transition is not a choice. It is necessity. And above all, it is a supply chain we must build together.
Okay, excuse me, Dr. Agus.
Okay. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Dr. Agus for the insightful and valuable presentation. Give applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now continue with our second keynote session. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jati Aryati, the Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. Dr. Jati's research focuses on sociocultural and constructivist perspective, educational technology, and the impact of technology on classroom dynamic. She initiated the Technology and Human Interaction Research Group and is actively involved in research related to educational studies, including the use of artificial intelligence in learning. She is also active in the Education Psychology Division of the Indonesia Psychological Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jati Aryati on the stage.
Thank you for the time. So, selamat pagi semua. Yeah, maybe it's kind of weird why I'm here because I'm not the engineer. I'm the psychologist. So the speech today will try to bridge between the technology and how technology can be applied in education setting. Next, please. Okay. So as you can see here, the title, it is not really engineering about. It's about how we can apply artificial intelligence in the classroom. So I'll bring a case study from 3 institutions in the Southeast Asian country. And I want to make sure that I'll be on time, so that's why I put the timer. I have the 20 minutes, right? Let's get started. Okay, so for those who are not familiar with this topic, I will start the conversation what is education and what is technology are. So I'll also talk about a bit about the artificial intelligence and how human-computer interaction happen in the classroom, and of course, how to manage that. First of all, so we are living in higher education institution, but will we think about what education it is actually? So like the previous speaker talked about the supply chain and then gas emission, but my speech will focus on what happened actually in the process, specifically about what happened in the classroom. Indeed, it is a really good speech, but how to deliver the good knowledge to our students? Education is about purposeful process. So if all the lecturer here come to the class without knowing why they need to speak in a certain topic to their students, so of course the class would be rich environment for our students. Education involves faculties and also students. So that's why it is a reciprocal relationship. Some students say that engineering is the hard science. But what about education? Education, some people say that it is a pseudoscience. Pseudo means that education cannot stand alone if we do not embrace other sciences to the classroom. So that's why today I want to deliver a topic that education needs tools, which one of them is technology. As I realize that probably some of you are not familiar with this topic, so that's why once again, I want to deliver this speech in a very simple and layman word, as I expect that you will know or gain some knowledge for what I will deliver today. So technology, what is technology? Technology is the use of knowledge, tools and methods to solve problems and do the work. So everything is about technology, and even your fabrics, your hijab, your phone, or even your pen, everything is about technology. The question why we always focus in a higher ed, why we are focused on a higher technology. What about the simple one? So I have no clue what happened here in Uniska, but in Undip, we are trying not to embrace only the high tech. We are trying to do our education through the simple technology. That's including the board, the pencil, and also other things. So that's why when we talk about technology, it embraces the intangible methods, computer software. I want to ask to the students, are you familiar with the ChatGPT? Yes. Are you familiar with the Copilot, Gemini? Yes, everyone does, right? But have we ever think, why are you really keen into that technology? Why? Because everyone use that technology? Or because you want to reach something using that technology? So that kind of question that I want to bring today. When we talk about technology, first of all, there is actually perceived ease of use. So, how many of you choose ChatGPT over Copilot? Me included. Because to me, ChatGPT is extremely easy to use. So that's why when I have no idea and how to write a paper, I will open my laptop and type chatgpt.com, and all of the sudden the ideas are flowing. It is so easy for us that we will choose sometimes unconsciously why we choose one technology over others. We never think about it. But what we think sometimes unconsciously, oh, everyone have ChatGPT, why I'm not? That's it. But think thoroughly why we do that, right? And second, what we have, it is like perceived useful. Kindly, ChatGPT is already in 5.5 generation. What about other AI? Why we still use ChatGPT over others? Why we not trying to move our attention to another software? Because once again, we build a positive attitude towards technology. And sometimes, so like today, for example, some of you, so I saw in the internet that our picture already in Undip right now, and that makes me surprised because how can you get it? Oh, I do my thing. What do you mean by you do your thing? So some of my colleagues taking our picture, and right now it's already in the internet. That's something, right? So then the last not but least, it is about behavioral intention. How many of you here, you come to the class, you have no idea and you use artificial intelligence in your mind? And probably some of my colleagues here, okay, I will come to Bujati class and this is not a pleasant experience, so that's why you want to prepare the best, right? One of them is embracing technology. You may ask to, what is it? I mention again, you may ask to the ChatGPT, if my lecturer asks this question, how am I answer that? How should I give the answer? This model, let me, okay. This model is actually come from technology acceptance model. It is believed that when we use technology, actually there are a lot of process happen before that. Why you choose, let's say, why you choose to wear a certain helmet other than the others? Okay, we know about SNI, Standard National Indonesia. But why you choose a certain model compared to others? Why? So psychology are interested in the latent behavior. We are focused on the reasons why people act in a certain way to answer, to collaborate and to elaborate, and of course to build future. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, it is about the ability of computer system or machine to perform tasks. I see that here people are using their laptops while you are listening to my speech, or probably some of you have some conversation with others. We human, we actually cannot divide our attention to two things equally. We cannot. That's what research said. But frequently, that's what we are doing. So that's why we apply technology in our work. So that's why technology can help us to solve our problem. I call that AI is come like tsunami. Of course, you are familiar with the tsunami too. It is likely when you are like in the beach, and then you can see the huge wave coming on, you can say that, oh, the tsunami will come. That's probably true, probably not, right? So the effect of AI, it kind of can be predicted or not. So that's why it depends on what is your attitude. What is your goal you are coming today? What is your reason you are using WhatsApp? What are the reason you are using Meta AI whatsoever? We human never think thoroughly about AI, about technology when we use technology, until we realize that we lost. We lost our creativity, we lost efficacy, we lost our confidence to ourselves. So that's why in psychology, we believe that our cognitive and behavior that's influenced by AI. Again, I ask you a question. It is a rhetoric question. You do not need to answer because I don't bring any gift. But please think thoroughly. What is the first thing you, student, do when you come to the class? Are you checking your WhatsApp? Are you talking to your friend? Are you checking your Google or what? Our life is surrounded by technology with and without we realize that. And it is something that people sometimes forget. Once we realize we already deep down and we can't escape from technology. AI, artificial intelligence effects, so it is what I call it has a double-edged sword effect. It can boost your creativity, it can decrease your efficacy, and even it make your teacher question your originality of work. How many of you have issues with lecturer because your lecturers don't think that it is your work? Do you feel offended by that? When your teacher asks, I don't believe that you can write like this. I know your quality. What do you think about it? I will feel offended, right? So think about it. Why and how we should use technology then, especially artificial intelligence in the classroom. I divide into 4, but they is typically about teachers and students. So, first, if you come to the class and your teachers or lecturers only use PowerPoint, I would say it is an obsolete strategy. They're not creative. They do not their best to give the best effort for their student. Why? Because AI can prepare their PowerPoint. Because AI can help them to create the content. So what's the difference then? The difference is in the communication, in the dialogue. So that's why teacher should be prepared. They should have a more intriguing materials, but also be careful with the copyright issue. Students expect when they come to the classroom that they will have engaging communication, engaging conversation, engaging knowledge sharing. If you like say have a schedule 7:30 a.m. in the morning and you have a really boring class, what will you do? You probably just type something random in your social media, you chat with your friends, and you actually lost your investment that day. You come to the class for nothing. Why? Because your teacher do not fulfill your expectation. You come to Uniska, you come to the class because you want to be smart. You want to have like a really decent job after you graduate. But will you get it? Of course not. If you come to the class unprepared, and also your teachers. So, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes lecturers have some assumption. And they will think inside their head that, okay, this AI just make my students lazy. What do you think about that? Can you accept when your teacher said, hey, don't be a lazy student, just write using your hand? What do you think about it? Ma'am, technology are created for our ease, right? You will think about it. You will answer probably your teacher like that. And so that's why as a lecturer or the faculty, it is our job to create a fair assessment for our students and embrace AI into the classroom. So, back then in the beginning of this year, up to May 2026, me and several colleagues from Philippines and Vietnam, we made a case study. We create what we call Psychology Film Festival, and we ask our students to embrace AI into their job. In the classroom, we create 3 conditions. First, what we call AI free. We ask our students to reflect to their experience while they create their own movie. If you have time after this keynote speaker session, I can share some movies from our students. AI free means that we ask students to answer a personal prompt. So we prepare the prompt and they answer to that. AI assisted happen when we ask our students to create their own script for their movie. They had a discussion with the ChatGPT, and for the AI integrated that happened while they are created their movie at the very end of semester. For those who are not, again, familiar with this framework, what is called TPEC? TPEC stands for Technology, Pedagogical, and Content Knowledge. As a faculty, it is our responsibility, again, to embrace technology. If your teacher, I said this twice, so it is time for us to reflect as a lecturer. Please don't feel offended. If we come to the class, we only prepare PowerPoint. It means that we are not embracing technology fully. We not prepare for our class. So that's why do not expect that your student will come to the class enthusiasm. That's unfair. We as a teacher should boost our pedagogical skill. If you only have one way to lecture, you give speech and then question and answer, that's the end of the education. Last but not least, we should study, study, and study. So that's why our subject matter becoming increased day by day. So this is the moment that I talked you about the Psychology Film Festival. It involves 3 countries and we got 147 movies in total. And then we also selected winner from each country and among 3 countries. What I made a thrill about this experience when students said, I know my friends. Let me give you a brief explanation about Undip. Undip receives 400 students per year, only for my department, psychology. So we have about 8 classes, which is divided, consists from 50 students. They have no clue who are their friends. They just know their names, but they actually do not know their friends. While we allowing them to use AI and create movies, and they need to be submitted at the very end of the semester, they chat. They come to their friend's dorm. They spend their time come to the canteen with their friends. We are human. We cannot neglect our interaction, students, and of course my colleagues. We need our colleagues, we need our peers, and we need the conversation. And they said, this is my very serious movies that I made for class assignment. Last but not least, they also said, I can't believe that I can do that. When I received this testimonial, I cannot handle the tears on my face. That's actually a big success in learning. Learning is not for gaining GPA, but learning is about how the degree student feel that they can nail the class. And the faculty said, I'm proud of them, and I'm glad that we do this. So these are some takeaways for students, for lecturers here. First, please understand AI. Why you use AI? Why you choose ChatGPT over Gemini? Why you think if you have like a one difficult question from your faculty, you come to the AI directly? Why you don't believe to yourself? Ask that question frequently. So that's why you should act responsibility. And tendency to rely on AI, it could make you becoming more dull, D-U-L-L. You have no creativity, and it will be more frightening once you graduate. No one won't hire you because you fully depend on AI. So that's why we need to evaluate toward AI, what are their outputs so we can select them wisely. And now, last but not least, as a lecturer, we need to build our assessment and evaluation in the classroom. So that's why student work can be more appreciated. Thank you anyone for listening my speech. Hopefully it is not too boring. Once again, thank you for the committee.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jati, for the excellent presentation and for sharing your valuable insight with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome our third keynote speaker, Mr. Novian Adipurna, lecturer and head of the Information System Unit at Universitas Borneo Lestari, Indonesia. Mr. Novian is a lecturer and researcher with expertise in digital business, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cyber securities, data analytic, and software development. He is BNSP certified associate data scientist and ISO IEC 27001-2022. Information security associate in 2024. He received first place in the lecturer category on the bug bounty competition organized by PUS Datin. under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Novian Adipurna to the stage.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected college, fellow researchers, industry practitioners, policymakers, students, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the organizing committee of ICETSD 2026 for giving me the opportunity to be here today. It is a great honor to join you and share some thoughts on a topic it's very close to my interest. My presentation is entitled Building Intelligent, Secure, Intelligent, and Sustainable Digital Ecosystem through AI and Machine Learning. Let me start with a simple question. As our technology becomes smarter, are our digital ecosystem becoming safer and more sustainable as well? Let me start with a simple question. Because today, digital transformation is no longer to simply about adopting new technologies. It is about how we use technology to create long-term value for organization, for society, and for the environment. And that's the idea I would like to explore with you today. The digital transformation reality. So let us begin with a simple question. What do we actually mean by digital transformation? What do you think? There is an important difference between digitalization, and digital transformation. Digitalization is about converting something from a physical format into a digital format. For example, replacing paper document with digital documents. Digitalization goes one step further. It uses digital technology to improve an existing process. But digital transformation goes beyond that. It changes the way an organization operates, make decisions, create value, and interact with people. And today, we are moving toward to another stage. We are not only building a digital system, we are building intelligent system, digital ecosystem. System that can learn from data, system that can recognize pattern, system that can support decision, and increasingly, system can adapt to change condition. This is where artificial intelligence and machine learning become increasingly important. From data to intelligence. Today, organizations have access to more data than even before. Data comes from transaction, sensors, application, social media, customers, machine, and many other digital systems. But here is the important question. Does having more data automatically mean making better decisions? What do you think? Not necessarily. The real challenge is transforming data into intelligence. And this is where machine learning can play an important role. Machine learning allows systems to learn patterns from data and use those patterns to generate prediction. So we can think about a very simple process. Data, learning, prediction, and make decision. And finally, you get action. But I would like add more one step, impact. Because the ultimate goal is not to build the most sophisticated model. The goal is to use technology to solve meaningful problem. From data to intelligence to action and ultimately to impact. So next, AI for real world impact. So where can AI and machine learning actually make a difference? We can see their potential across many sectors. For example, in agriculture, AI can help analyze environmental and crop data to support better decision. In transformation, predictive system can help optimize route, traffic management, and maintenance. In energy, machine learning can help predict consumption and improve the resource efficiency. And in smart cities, data-driven can support everything from public services to infrastructure management. But for me, the important point is not simply where we can use AI. The more important question is what a problem we are trying to solve. Because technology should not be starting point. The problem should be the starting point. AI is a tool. Machine learning is a tool. Data is a resource. But the real objective is meaningful impact. The hidden cost of digital transformation. However, there is another side to digital transformation. As our system become more connected, they are also become more complex. We have more data, more devices, more connectivity, and more automation, and more artificial intelligence. This technology create enormous opportunities, but they also you can create privacy and protection. More data means greater responsibility for privacy protection. More data, more automation means we need to understand what happened when the system make a decision on our behalf. And more AI means we need to think about bias, transparency, reliability, and accountability. So we have to ask, can a digital ecosystem truly be sustainable if it is not secure and trustworthy? And the answer is the next slide. Security is part of sustainability. When we hear the word sustainability, we often think about the environment, energy efficiency, carbon emissions, waste reduction, and these are certainly important. But digital society, I believe sustainable also have another dimension, digital resilience. A system cannot be sustainable if it constantly fails. Digital services cannot create long-term value if users do not trust it. And the intelligent system cannot be truly successful if its data, infrastructure, or model can easily be compromised. The mean cybersecurity should not be treated as something we add to the end. Security needs to be part of the design. And this leads us to important principle. Security is not separate from sustainability. Security is part of sustainability. the three pillars. So if we bring this idea together, I would like to purpose three important pillars. The first is intelligence. We use data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to understand situation and make better decisions. The second is security. We protect our data, our infrastructure, and our model, and the most importantly, the people who depend on the system. And third is sustainability. We design systems that are efficient, resilient, and capable to creating long-term value. These three pillars should not be developed independently, because an intelligent system without security can become dangerous. A system without meaningful intelligence may not create enough value. And a powerful digital system that is efficiency or unsustainable may not surface in the long-term value. So, what we need is not simply intelligent technology. We need intelligent, secure, and sustainable of digital system. Many case smart technology. Let me illustrate this with a simple process. Smart energy management. Imagine a large building when energy consumption changes the throughout of the day. The organizing wants to reduce energy consumption, but it does want to reduce the quality all of services. So, where can technology can help? First, we collect data, energy consumption, temperature, weather condition, occupancy, equipment usage, and other relevant information. Then, we use machine learning to identify pattern and predict future energy consumption. For example, how much energy are we likely to need tomorrow morning? That prediction can support operational decision. We can optimize cooling, we can optimize lighting, and we can optimize equipment usage, and potentially reduce unnecessary consumption. For industry, this can mean lower operational costs, and for society, it can mean more efficient use of the resource. And the environment, it can contribute to lower energy waste, but we cannot stop there. The sensors need to be secure. The data needs to be protected. The infrastructure needs to be resilient. And the AI system models can be trustworthy. This is what an intelligent, secure, and sustainable digital ecosystem looks like in practice. Okay, from technology to business value. Now, for industry practitioners, this is an important question. Where is the business value? Because AI adoption should not simply be about following a trend. Organizing need to understand what the value the technology created. Does it improve efficiency? Does it reduce costs? Does it improve customer experience? Or does it support better decision making? In other words, technology creates value when it solves a real problem. And this is why digital transformation should connect to technology with business strategy. AI is not business strategy. AI should support the strategy. Machine learning is not final destination. It is a capability that can help organization make a better decision and create new value. responsible AI, and governance. But as AI becomes more powerful, another question becomes increasingly important. Who is responsible when an intelligent system makes a decision? What do you think? This is where responsible AI and governance become important. We need to think about privacy, security, transparency, fairness, and accountability. This is not only technical issue. This is also an organization and policy issue. Researchers need to be develop better methods. Industry need to be implement them responsibly. And policymakers need to be create an environment to encourage innovation while protecting society. Ultimately, successful AI adoption depends on one thing: trust. Without trust, even the most advanced technology will struggle to create sustainable impact. The challenge ahead. Of course, building this ecosystem is not easy. We will still face many challenges. First, data quality. AI systems depend on the quality of the data they receive. Second, cyber security. The more connected to our system become, the more important security becomes. Third, AI ethics and governance. We need systems that are not only accurate, but also is responsible. Fourth, data inequality. Not every organization, community, or country had equal access to technology and digital infrastructure. And finally, human capability. Technology is changed faster to many organizations can adapt. So the challenge is not only building better technology. We also need people who know how to use that technology responsibly. The future workforce. And this brings me to the role of student and the future workforce. What skill we need in the digital ecosystem? I believe it's no longer enough to learn only one technology. We need a combination of skills: programming, data, artificial intelligence, cyber security, domain knowledge, and perhaps most importantly, critical thinking.
Excuse me, Mr. Novian. Your time is 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So summary of this all. So let me close with the final talk. The future of digital transformation is not simply about having more technology. It's about using technology wisely. We need the system that can learn, system can adapt. System can have better decision, but at the same time, we need a system that we trust. So, the last. So, perhaps the question what to ask no longer, how we can make technology smarter, but rather how can we make technology smarter, safer, and sustainable? It should be transform our ability to solve meaningful problem. Intelligent is enough to learn, secure enough to trust, sustainable enough to last. And if we bring this principle together, we can bring a digital ecosystem that can read lasting for value business, society, and environment. Okay, thank you. And I look forward to continuing this conversation with you, all of you. Thank you. I'm Novian Adivurna from Universitas Borneo Lestari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Novian, for enlightening and informative presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with our fourth keynote speaker who will be joining us online. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Engineer A.R. R.A. Retno Hastijanti, MT, the Dean of Engineering at UNTAG Surabaya, Director of the Center for Climate and Urban Resilience, and the Chair Lady of the Sustainable Cities Working Group, AFEO. Her expertise lies in urban renewal, kampung, community development, and urban heritage. He has led or contributed to numerous award-winning urban transformation projects in Indonesia, receiving recognition from organizations including UN Habitat, the ASEAN Placemaker Awards, and the Pineapple Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to welcome Dr. Retno Hastijanti. Dear Dr. Retno, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Very clear.
So, thank you. I will try to share my presentation.
Sure. All right. We can see your slide now.
So, can you see my presentation?
Not yet, doctor. Not yet, doctor. We are unable to see the slide presentation.
So I have the difficulties to share my presentation here.
Maybe you can share again the screen.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, we can see now, doctor. You may start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, esteemed colleagues, researchers, and distinguished guests. Today I am honored to present my paper titled Beyond Smart Technology, Engineering Climate Resilience Through Community Intelligence. Lesson from Surabaya's Kampung, Indonesia. Today we will explore why high-tech smart city intervention often fall short in informal urban context and how grounding technology in community-led intelligence provides a far more resilient path forward. To set the stage, let's address a growing challenge in modern urban development, the smart city paradox. Across the global south, cities are spending millions on high-tech IoT sensor, AI-driven traffic system, and centralized command center. Yet, when severe climate events hit like flash floods or heat waves, these top-down systems often fail in vulnerable communities. Why? Because of technological determinism. The false assumption that automated infrastructure alone can solve complex human problems while ignoring dense informal settlement. I propose a fundamental paradigm shift toward community intelligence, the collective capacity of local residents to recognize environmental risks, mobilize local knowledge, and adapt physical spaces dynamically. True resilience happens when technology serves as an amplifier for local human agency, but not a replacement for it. To operationalize community intelligence, the framework organizes urban resilience into three interconnected layers. First, the physical layers, which includes micro-drainage network, paved pathway, and nature-based solutions. The second, the digital layers, consisting of grassroots GIS, low-cost sensors, and localized messaging groups. Third and most crucial is the social infrastructure layer. This includes high mutual trust, strong local leadership, women's network like Mothers Working Group, and the culture foundation of mutual aid known in Indonesia or in Bahasa as gotong royong. As shown in our model, digital and physical tools are static without the social layer. Social capital is the catalyst that translates digital alerts into real-world, life-saving adaptation. To test this model, we examined 3 distinct highly resilient kampungs in Surabaya, each facing a unique urban transformation. The first is Kampung Lawas Maspati, a historic community leading bottom-up ecotourism, environmental stewardship, and heritage conservation. The second is Kampung Ketandan, located in the central business district, and this historic neighborhood uses spatial adaptation to resist commercial real estate displacement and climate pressure. The third is Kampung Doli, a former red light district successfully converted through socio-economic transformation into a network of household micro-enterprises. Let's look how community intelligence plays out across these 3 spaces. Our field findings highlight 4 key dimensions of resilience across these kampungs. The first is spatial adaptiveness. Shared airways double as disaster response routes and cultural centers in Ketandan, while Doli converts living rooms into micro workshops and Maspati pedestrianized historic lanes with green micro corridors. In social, Ketandan leverages cultural memory, Doli builds on women-led enterprise network, and Maspati uses community steering committee. The third, environmentally. Residents deploy micro-cooling green canopies, biophilic upgrade, and self-managed waste and water system. And the fourth, digitally, they partner with universities, utilize municipal platform, and adopt grassroots GIS to map local risk. Data collection in informal settlement must be ethical and non-extractive. Instead of external researchers harvesting data, residents use participatory GIS to map flood hotspots and identify vulnerable elderly neighborhoods. Low-tech community dashboard keep environmental data transparent and accessible. Crucially, data remains co-owned by the community to prevent predatory land acquisition. This fits directly into our co-design loop, combining lived experience with scientific hydraulic models, treating residents as equal co-engineers, and measuring success by enhanced human agency rather than just the volume of concrete poured. Moving beyond top-down smart city intervention requires a structured framework that connects grassroots wisdom with formal urban engineering. What you see in this slide is the co-design and implementation loop, a continuous socio-technical process model designed to bridge local community insight with official engineering master plan. Step 1 is local knowledge and mapping memory. Our journey began at step 1, local knowledge. Rather than relying solely on satellite models, we start by mapping the community's lived experience and historic climate memory, identifying hyperlocal flood patterns and socio-spatial vulnerabilities that conventional sensors often miss. Step 2, participatory GIS grassroots data. In this step 2, this qualitative memory is translated into quantitative spatial evidence through participatory GIS. Here, grassroots data collection empower residents to co-produce digital maps, ensuring community ownership over their own data. Step 3, co-engineering, joint layout design. This led us to step 3, co-engineering. Urban planners and engineers collaborate directly with community members to develop joint layout design. Technical expertise is merged with local practicalities to craft solutions that are both hydraulically sound and socially viable. Step 4, hybrid deploy, physical and digital integration. With a shared design in place, Step 4 executes the hybrid development. This involves the simultaneous rollout of physical intervention, such as micro drainage network or permeable pavement, alongside low-cost digital tools like localized IoT sensor and warning system. The step 5 is community stewardship and asset maintenance. Because the community was involved from day one, step 5, community stewardship becomes second nature. Long-term asset maintenance and real-time operational management are sustained by local leadership, preventing infrastructure degradation. And finally, step 6, institutional policy with municipal scaling. At step 6, lessons learned at the kampung level are feedback into institutional policy. Successful micro-scale interventions are institutionalized and scaled across municipal master plan. In summary, ultimately, this loop is not a linear, one-time project, but a continuous cycle of adaptation. It proves that true urban resilience is built when engineering precision amplifies grassroots intelligence. And then we have the 6 transformation principles. Our first 2 principles focus on knowledge integration. First, life experience, and the second, hybrid knowledge. True resilience starts by valuing the daily realities of local residents. Instead of relying strictly on top-down technical models, we combine high-precision hydraulic simulation with resident flood observation. By validating scientific calculation against decades of localized memory, we create a hybrid knowledge base that is both technically robust and contextually accurate. In the middle pillar address collaborative design. The third pillar is co-design, and the fourth is adaptability. We must shift away from treating residents as passive beneficiaries. Here, we engage residents as equal co-engineers to create multi-purpose, flexible infrastructure such as permeable public spaces or adaptable micro-drainage system that serve social and economic function during dry seasons and flood mitigation during storms. Finally, the third pillar establishes our framework for sustainable impact. The fifth pillar is governance, and the sixth, capacity metrics. Traditional engineering evaluates projects based purely on outputs, kilometers of concrete poured or drying ducts. We argue that we must measure project success by enhanced human agency rather than concrete volume alone. Long-term resilience relies on community stewardship, local governance, and empowering citizens to maintain, adapt, and lead their own infrastructure into the future. By embedding these 6 principles into urban development, we ensure that technological and engineering solutions do not replace local intelligence, but actively amplify it. This approach directly advances key UN Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDG 11, SDG 13, SDG 9, and SDG 5. And this is the key takeaways for engineers. First, we must look beyond concrete and sensor. Smart sensors and gray infrastructure alone cannot build a resilient city. Technology should serve as an amplifier of human capability, not a replacement for local stewardship and community wisdom. The second is co-production is essential. No matter how advanced an engineering design might be, infrastructure developed without genuine community ownership risks rapid failure and maintenance collapse once the project team leaves. Long-term durability requires local co-ownership from day one. The third is policy integration. The lessons gathered from Surabaya's historical kampung are not merely isolated success stories. They provide a scalable, actionable prototype for climate adaptation across informal settlement throughout the global south. And in summary, building the sustainable cities of tomorrow is not just about engineering smarter technology, but it is about engineering stronger synergy between technical systems and human communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Retno, for the wonderful and inspiring presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our fifth keynote speaker. It is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Engineer Dr. Leong Wei Yi, Senior Professor from the Faculty of Engineering and Quantity Surveying, INTI International University. Professor Leong specializes in electric and biomedical engineering and holds a bachelor's degree PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Queensland, Australia. She is recognized among the Stanford World top 2% scientists since 2023 and has received numerous prestigious awards, including the Ksatria Malaysia Ambassador 2025, MBOT Women Leadership Award 2025, IET Achievement Award 2023, and InWest Distinguished Woman in Engineering Award 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Insinyur Dr. Leong Wei Yi to the stage with a warm round of applause.
A very good morning. Selamat sejahtera. Selamat pagi. Sudah makan? Sudah makan? Sudah makan? Belum, oke. Hari ini saya akan bagi satu kuliah. Micro nano fluidic. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is getting smaller and smaller. And look at this. This is called macro nano fluidic like this. As small as this. Eka, mari. Sila tunjukkan kepada kawan-kawan. This is our innovation, invention. The world can be as small as this. Show to people. Nowadays, we are using as tiny, as thin as this paper to do innovation. You can make it like a watch. You can wear it, and all the information is inside. We call nano microfluidic. Ladies and gentlemen, next page. So I'm trying to share with you how small the world is. For this AI transducer or small sensor, we can use for our watch. We can put in our face, our body for sensor purposes. We can also measure the life of the plant. We can swallow the sensor into our body and then to look at the digestion system of our body. And we can measure the heat. We can look at the manufacturing production. The chip is very small and the world is getting very tiny. So ladies and gentlemen, look at this paper. This small paper is like this. It consists of 5 layers. First layer is on the sensor. Second layer on the cellular. Third layer on the sensing. Last layer on the material. Everything is as small as this paper. So having all the electronic sensor attached, we can measure temperature, humidity, your body. We can measure the life of the plant. And this is how interesting is that. In year 2000 before, you wear the watch. This is your watch. So now the watch getting smaller. We convert all the electronic in the watch to the mini, nano, micro sensor. At the end, the watch is as thin as this paper. And I have already passed around our inventions to the student. You can have a look. It's so small. And this is the lab setup. Make use of the high-end semiconductor fabrication lab. We produce a lot of nano micro sensor. And this is in the final productions. Just now, the sample that I passed around, you can see that this is ready for the manufacturing and commercialization. Third, we are trying to attach all the sensors in the body to measure the movement, the type, the temperature, humidity of a smart man during the exercise. And the information will pass through for analysis purposes. Next, this is like the watch. You wear the watch, and then you can measure all your data from your body. This already in the final productions. You can wear in your finger, the neck, the breast, the arm, and the palm. The material is very small, but it can gather a lot of information. The whole system has been analyzed for more than 20 years. Now we are in the final stage. Next, we also want to wear the sensor on the arm to operate the robot. Look at the arm, there are so many sensors inside. So ladies and gentlemen, the final introduction is using the little capsule, like a pill. You swallow the pill. The pill consists of a lot of electronics, consists of the camera. With the camera, you can capture the internal digestion system of your body. And then all the information will be feedback. This is not new at all, actually, already in the final stage. Very excited. So you can pass through the product just now. I given to Ms. Eka. Have a look. How tiny the electronic. We are in a very, very tiny world. So, ladies and gentlemen, the small, tiny electronic, not for body only, for robot, for humanoid, for industry, for smart devices, aerospace, environment, and textile. We also use this for sportmen. And excited to launch the whole product very soon. I'm in a very excited stage to so-called convert all this knowledge in publications. Industry 4.0 already finished the book. Industry 5.0 launched 2 years ago. Industry 6.0 will be launched this year. And we know that the next industry will be in a very tiny, small world. And we need all the scientists from different disciplines to come together to organize more events. So the next sharing will be, we would like to invite you to join us for more events and conferences. For your information, we have 150,000 members in 150 countries. You can network with the whole world, and the institutions of engineering technology based in London. All the conferences certified, collaborated with IET will be published in the Scoopers Proceeding for free. And then we have a lot of courses, conferences. At the end, the conference paper will be Scoopers in Text, Engineering in Text, Web of Science, SCI, and Inspect. We don't charge a single cent, but you have to follow the standard of the selection committee. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the whole okay. I would like to share you another data, which is consists of the Cuti Malaysia. As a Malaysia ambassador, I was given a task here to welcome you to Malaysia to organize conference. Malaysia Ministry of Tourism Board are very keen to support conferences organized in Malaysia. And so far, minimum number of participants should be 1,500. And they will provide support, they will provide hospitality, and they will also provide registration support to the conference organizer. But the minimum criteria is you must have at least 1,500 delegates and 150 internationals. These are the packages given, and you can look at minimum is 2 days to 3 days, up to 20,000 provided. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to Malaysia, and you can get more than 1,000 support to organize conference in Malaysia. And this is all the conference and exhibition we organize in Malaysia. And we have more than 5,000 Indonesian delegates coming to Malaysia conference. Welcome you to conference again. And feel free to collect any gift from the booth and free for you. And I'm happy to collaborate on these nano sensors we can use for many application and technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Leong, for sharing your expertise and valuable insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now continue with our sixth keynote speaker who will be joining us online. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Shokjahan Elmurodov, Director of the International Integration Department at Kimyo International University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. He is an academic and higher education professional with extensive experience in finance, international cooperation, university transformation, and institutional development. His professional and research interests include finance, higher education management, internalization, digital transformation, university ranking, and sustainable institutional development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome Dr. Shokjahan Elmurodov. Dear Dr. Shokjahan, are you there? Hold a moment, Doctor, as our technical will try to accept the access. Dear Dr. Shokjahan, can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Doctor. Can you open your screen? Camera?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
That's great.
Yeah. You may start your presentation, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Well.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues and organizers of the conference. That's an honor for me to present in this conference. I'm Dr. Elmurodov Shokjahan from Kimyo International University in Tashkent. I'd like to discuss the questions that become increasingly important in Central Asia, so we can continue to grow economically and also improve the quality of the air we breathe. So this presentation will connect the three areas. So that's economics, engineering, and apart from this, education. I will show that how the air pollution is not the only economic or the environmental problem. So it can affect the several aspects in the government or the lifestyle or the social life of the people. I also want to make the one research principle clear at the beginning, that So all data has been collected, like the secondary data, and then I just did my research here. So this slide I call the growth under the heavy sky. You can see that from this one, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and all other like Central Asian countries are developing in terms of the economy or in terms of like the international integration. Gross domestic product, GDP, is growing. Cities are like expanding. New factories, housing are being built because that population growth is also like increasing. And infrastructure is improving, but at the same time, the people increasingly discuss the poor air quality in this region. For an economist, the hazy city isn't just a picture of the bad weather. And I can tell that it can mean the loss of the working time, lower productivity, and the higher healthcare cost, and fewer healthy days for students and the families. For example, if a child misses a school because of the poor air quality, it may cause the parent also may need to miss work. One health problem then create the cost for a family, employer, and the healthcare system overall. So the problem is no longer like environmental. For 2023, population weighted PM 2.5. Also, exposure in our dataset was approximately 32.8 micrograms per cubic meter in Uzbekistan and 19.6 in Kazakhstan. WHO air quality guideline is like 5 microgram per cubic, so that you can see that from this one, for Uzbekistan, that's more than 6 times, and for Kazakhstan, almost 4 times. So it is important. PM 2.5 is very important because these particles are extremely small and they can travel deep into our lungs, and it can create some problems. I want to stress this annual exposure indicator is different from the air quality index. For an economic point of view, pollution creates cost beyond healthcare. Imagine 1 week of the severe winter pollution, more people may feel unwell, so outdoor works can become harder, and the families may keep children indoors, the businesses may lose the productivity and the productive working hours. So this one is gonna be the problem. So from the data, I just, as I told you, I tried to get the real data and for the research, and then no data has been created, and all of the results are checked for the validity. So you can see that air quality exposure 2.5, like PM 2.5, remains many times above the guideline. So what are the reasons? You know that if the country grows, so in order to make like this growth, and then so people need to catch it, and then therefore some of the reforms should be done by the government. And this one of the reforms of this is that greenhousing. So the greenhouse also like one of the things that need to be taken into consideration. So from this slide, you can see that there is some positive news. So from 1990 to 2023, so in Uzbekistan, it decreased to 11%. But we need to just interpret this very, very carefully. So even it like decreases from 37 to 33, so that's still higher than the 5, and then very large gap, we can see that. That's in Uzbekistan. For Kazakhstan, it is a bit different. So Kazakhstan has like a lower, but still it is higher the WHO guidelines, which is the 5 indicator. So in Uzbekistan, the Tashkent assessment found that the wind blow dust can dominate in summer, while residential and commercial heating becomes the major contributor in winter. So unlike the Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia and Indonesia and the neighboring countries, so Uzbekistan has like 4 severe seasons. So in winter it becomes cold, in Kazakhstan even colder. So the people will need to use the heating system. And some of the areas are having like the problem with the heating system. Therefore, they need to use like a natural things like to receive the heat. So it will also create the problem for the pollution. And another thing is that, so in order to keep greenhouses and make all the time like the fruits and the vegetables available in the market, people need to create this heat also from the different sources, which can create the emission and then which can pollute the weather.
Excuse me, doctor. You hear me? I think you did not show your slide. They are not moving from the beginning.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. Just
I think you need to share your second screen maybe, or another screen you need to share.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you can push the button for the slideshow. Moon?
Okay. What about now?
Not shows your slide. I think you need to share your second screen maybe. Are you using a second monitor?
No. What monitor?
Try to share again. Once again. Sorry for the interrupt.
No problem.
Because your slide is not moving from here.
I see, but okay, let's do this. Okay. What about now?
Yes. Yes, we can see now.
Okay. Okay, that's great. So this one, and now I can move from the particle people breathe directly from the wider emission picture. The graph shows that carbon dioxide and total greenhouse gas emissions. So carbon dioxide is mainly climate pollutant, and then while PM 2.5 is mainly air quality and the health pollutant. They're related on many aspects, but they're not the same thing. Since 1970, the data set shows a substantial increase in Uzbekistan emissions. Carbon dioxide emissions increased by about 175%, and total greenhouse emission by about like 190%. Kazakhstan has a different historical trends because of the industrial structure and economic transition after the Soviet period, but also remains highly dependent on the fossil energy. So as I have mentioned it, like these things, greenhouse gas also one of the problems that the Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and then some other Central Asian countries are facing this. So from this one, we can see that the model, the first model asks us that when conditions change from one year to next, what tends to happen to emissions? And instead of only comparing the richer country with a poorer country, we look at the changes within each country. For example, if a GDP per person increased this year compared to with last year, what happens to emissions? If fossil share of electricity rises, what happens? This is called the first difference model. In simple language, we study the change from one year to the next year. So that's one of the things that make our research better. So we also use the country fixed effects. The country fixed effects mean that Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are allowed to have different starting conditions and do not change quickly over time. So, and then results, when you can see here is that 1% increase in GDP per capita is the GDP per capita also indicates the standard living and the living conditions in the economy. So 1% increase in the GDP per capita is associated with approximately 0.22% higher carbon dioxide growth and approximately 0.2% higher greenhouse gas emission growth, holding the other variables in the model constant. So you can see that the fossil electricity results is also important. 1% increase in the fossil electricity share is associated with the almost 0.6, 0.7 percentage points higher emission growth. Urban share change, also the positive, reflecting energy, housing, and transport pressure. So, let me give the example. Suppose the fossil share of the electricity increases by 2 percentage points. In this sample, the model would associate the change with a roughly 1.4% higher carbon dioxide growth when other factors being equal. So, natural policy example, if a new industrial zone creates a job but depends entirely on inefficient fossil-based power, we may gain output today, but also create the future pollution cost. That means sometimes like having some economic growth may have the negative consequences. So policymakers, what they need to do before doing some reforms or before taking some measures regarding the economic growth, so they need to take into consideration the environmental consequences and the social consequences. So what kind of problems it may create? And all the time we can just balance them, we can weigh them. So which one has like a more output, so the more positive results. So this one, after this one, expecting from each reform, the economic output, the economic result isn't the good thing. So we need to consider the other factors as well. So macro variables cannot fully explain the air we breathe. So the Uzbekistan has a larger country-specific PM 2.5 premium after control in the level model. So why? Because that PM 2.5 is affected by many local factors that are not included in national annual data set. So we call this in economy that the factors which cannot be measured or unobservable factors. Consider that Tashkent in winter, Uzbekistan GDP doesn't suddenly change from Monday to Tuesday, but air quality can change sharply because there is a less wind, temperature inversion traps polluted, or air close to the ground, heating demand rises, or the traffic is heavy. So this one can create the pollution and then may affect the air. So we cannot talk about the employment or the inflation. GDP can impact the air quality very, very much. Almaty gives the similar example. International assessment have found that much higher PM 2.5 concentration during winter with fuel combustion and heating playing an important role. So this is the result. That's not the failure of the model. Okay. Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, similar challenges, but different profiles. We can see that. We compared the two countries more directly in 2024. Our data set shows that 1.48.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions for Uzbekistan and approximately 258 million tons for Kazakhstan. For total greenhouse gas emissions, the figure 227.5 and then 330 for Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan respectively. So carbon dioxide is the climate change indicator, and the PM 2.5 directly connected to the air quality of the people that we are breathing. Some sources produce both, but the relationship isn't the one-to-one. So Uzbekistan's case, the Tashkent summer dust problem, winter heating problem showed that the single annual pollution number can hide very different local causes. You know that the landscape of Uzbekistan, so Uzbekistan is a double landlocked country, and Uzbekistan has the bigger deserts and Uzbekistan has the area where it has the mountains. So the closer to the mountains, the air quality can be slightly better or much better than compared to the areas which are located in the deserts. So policy package. What can governments actually do? I propose 5 connective ideas. First, clean electricity. So renewable energy can be the solution for this one. Second, heating and buildings. Better installation means the less energy is needed to keep homes and offices warm. So nowadays, like everything is being developed, so that having this system is better is going to be good for the government. Transport, better public transport, cleaner vehicles, also the good thing. Fourth, industry. Large facilities need transportation emissions monitoring. Fifth, open data. We cannot manage what we do not measure. So this one also the good thing of the government. And the role of the university. So the university, the education or literacy also one of the things that can help. And then now the role of this conference and then role of the university is also create the Central Asia Air Quality Data Lab, integrating sensors, satellite data, and economic indicators. Launch micro-credential for clean energy, environmental econometrics, and the green urban engineering. So use students project to map school zone exposure, heating emissions, and transport corridors, and etc. So this one also the role of the university in here. So I would like to move here to the regression summary. So the regression summary says, this table provides the detailed regression results behind the presentation. The first 2 models analyze the annual carbon dioxide and the total greenhouse. We have 61 usable country year observation after removing the observations that we are missing. So 2.5 change model has low R squared of the value of the 7.5, but a value that means the model rarely can explain the part of the change. So if the table uses the stars, it means that they are statistically significant. So limitations that 2 country model and then as other countries like the Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan, so they do not have like the open data. It made our research harder, like to get the data. Thank you for your attention, and then for the future cooperation with Curio International University, you can directly contact me. And I wish the luck for the work of the conference for every participant in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shogjahun, for the insightful presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to our 7th keynote speaker who will be joining us online. Our next distinguished keynote speaker is Engineer Hari Lai Yi Hong, Deputy General Manager for Malaysia and Indonesia at Qingdao Highseachen Industrial Equipment Ltd and Highseachen Malaysia SDN BHD. He is a Malaysian professional engineer with more than 6 years of experience across railway infrastructure, government transport policy, industrial AI, smart manufacturing, and business development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome Engineer Hari Lai Yi Hong. Mr. Hari, can you hear us?
Engineer Hari
Lai or Engineer Hari Lai.
Yes.
It is my great honor to be joining this conference, the ICESTD, the 2026. I am going to present to you about my company, who has the privilege to assist in this conference. Can you see the screen? I think.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see your slide.
So let me make it full screen. Okay, so currently I'm serving as the ICETSD Malaysia company, whereby it is a company from China, Shandong province, Qingdao, which is a city, and then the names of the company is actually Qingdao ICETSD Industrial Equipment Co.ltd. So this company is actually founded in 2011, and then currently they have moved beyond vision suppliers or system integrators into vision AI, and also industrial intelligence for intelligence manufacturing, or for here we call it sustainable manufacturing. So first of all, this vision AI is actually part of the sustainable factory, and then it is becoming a more and more useful thing in corporates. So first, we will, what is vision AI? We will actually detect the defects from the products. Could be the end products, could be the pre-end products, could be the parts, and then we will collect the information, and then we will process it. For either we want to pick it, and then we want to put it to the correct place for proper assembly. We also can do it for automations, and then we will check whether the things is moved from fixed sequence to perception guided decision. So what we also do is we provide trainings for the students, or actually the workers or employees, to do the maintenance and do the small system or real smart manufacturing workflows. So here I think it's pretty straightforward. Vision AI plus robotic plus digital twins plus MES practical talent. So it is a factory that can see, decide, improve, and transfer knowledge. So it is quite a agentic AI, and then it is also moved beyond a generative AI to agentic AI, and then it can make decision, and then it can move and then do the work in the factory. So currently because this is AI conference, there are a few types of AI that being deployed in the market. So ours one is actually still at the phase of the industrial robot. I don't know that in the industry there's already humanoid, whereby the robot will become or act like a human. For us, we are maintaining at the phase of the industry robot, because that we believe is what the industry or the factory is using more. Next slide. So at a glance of my company, so we've successfully system integration 2000 plus project stated in the official profile, and then we are AI vision, which is currently part of the industry 4.0. And then also I could share a bit if industry 5.0 is coming, and then sustainability is part of the things that is big going to be in industry 5.0. AI is actually in industry 4.0. So industry education is also important, because we do need the talents and the people to be able to maintain, able to do the fixing. Let's say there's something going out of control from the AI for the robotic parts. So currently we are customized production, manufacturing, and quality control solution. We have cases of our product being deployed in lithium battery, photovoltaics, which is the solar panels, and then EVs, food, and pharmaceutical. We have collaboration with companies including Huawei, Foxconn, Haier, and Gore-Tex. And then this company also obtained the China national level Little Giants, contributed to industrial AI vision standard. So if you can see, we are that's the photo of the HQ company. So with one company, two engines. Engine first is the industrial deployment, whereby our machine vision and AI inspection, robotics and intelligent automation, logistic or warehouse automation, predictive maintenance, and digital operations. Engine 2 is we are also assisting in forming the blue collar or the skilled worker, and then it is part of the industry education integration. So these smart manufacturing training labs, industry AI intelligence training platforms, training vision, robotics, digital twins, and MES learning. And then lastly, we also provide training base or AI lab and practical talent development. So we are going to focus on technology. Then we also assist in forming the right talent. Then we provide the skills to supply to the companies. So this is our branch. Because China is so big, even though the HQ is in Qingdao, still we have a lot of side office, or actually it's our branch supporting different parts of the China. And then in Southeast Asia or ASEAN, our main biggest successful story or biggest deployments is actually in Vietnam. And then the second one is Singapore, then only they start to move to Malaysia and Indonesia. So we are very new in Malaysia and Indonesia. And then we hope to also able to supply to the industry, especially those China newly opening industry in Indonesia and Malaysia. We hope that because the investor is also from China, they could use our channel to develop the talent in Indonesia and Malaysia to be trained and then to become a skilled worker that can have a good salary and income. So what footprint that we want to highlight here is the model is designed designated to connect project delivery with talent development. Meaning we supply besides the vision AI thing, we also together make sure the talent there, the worker there is trained, or we also supply a trained workers together. So what an industrial AI vision system is, first it sees, it can be 2D, it can be 3D, so it is a camera plus optics plus lightning, capture repeatable visual data. Then you are able to understand the algorithm inside will locate, will do the measurements, detects and classification detects. Thirdly, which is like a human, they decides. The rules, models convert and result into pass or fail or process action. PLC, robot or airjet system execute the decision in real time. And then 5, they learn, meaning they will have this training model that they will able to learn from the inspection data, and then it will keeps on learning and learning. So this, before we deploy, actually we already train with our training model. So if let's say there's a further, because every case or every factory, they have a very different usage, and the way they construct the industry is very different. For example, in Singapore, there's a lot of semiconductor and AI factory that is placing in Singapore. And then the difference between the factory of Singapore and Malaysia is the Singapore factory is very vertically process oriented, meaning that rather than they make the factory in a big shape, they make it into a tall shape. So some of the product, they need to be carried from level 2 to level 3, then level 3 to level 4, level 4 to level 5, and then back to level 3. So it is not just horizontally wide, but it could be also vertically high. So when we implement or actually put our machine in, it is very different case by case. There's no one simple case that can cater into every factory. So we need to set, and then we will also make sure the machine learning and the algorithm behind is working with our train model. So the industrial challenge is repeatability, and then it still fail in production, which is what I say. It could be lightning chains, but cycling time is a means or different, and then the system cannot communicate with machine due to different interoperability that is not being deployed, or maybe different language. So system integration is the differentiator. This one is our high-speed terminal deformation inspection. So here you can see we are supplying into the 3C sector. So here it is 14 years of deep expertise in industrial machine vision technology. Here we actually buy the deformation or defection inspection of terminal. So the cycle, because this production thing is actually moving very fast. It is not like stop, but the vision and the production is moving non-stop. So here sometimes the error will be happen, and it's very normal in the production line. Throughout this vision AI, we try to first detect the defect. We detect what is not being properly being formed or there's a deform, and then we will make sure that it is highlighted, and then when there's a low accuracy, we also make sure that the engineer behind or the workforce behind come and fix the vision thing. The case 2 is in automotive quality inspection plus robotic handling. So here is in the automotive sector, we equip High Vision, which is one of the industrial AI inspection platform. Then this platform is a deep learning based AI vision platform built for industry, and then it's empower a wide range of industry application by accurately locating, detecting, and classifying complex defects. So we have very strong capability of ready-to-use application modules. It requires no coding, allowing users to quickly build and update model to meet difficult business needs. So application shows that we have AI quality inspection for heavy-duty truck engine housing, high-precision camera working with robotic arm for handling and assembly, 3D machine vision for disc brake surface defect inspection, vision risk walk inspection, and automatic reject sorting. So this is what we can do for the automotive industry. Third is about agriculture, and which is one of the project or proof of concept that my company is doing in China. So for this blueberry, they are doing the sorting, and then first they remove debris, spread fruit, and divide flow into 12 channels. Each channel is different by the size of and condition of the blueberry. Second, they inspect, identify the condition of the fruits, the defects on the surface, and then make sure it is packed in the grade A, grade B, grade C. Third, if let's say the condition is not good, the air jets or the parts of the machine will detect the fruit, and then there's a road to graded output, meaning that it will make sure the not good one will be sorted in another different basket. Same architect, but different industry. Case number 4 is about predictive maintenance in the is also in agriculture. So here is actually the seaweed, whereby they are using they are doing algae processing to the process manufacturing industry. So this is a process of real-time adjustment and intervention in response to various on-site conditions. So what they are doing here is they are detecting when the algae or when the seaweed is put in the water, there will be a scraping sound, there will be bearing noise, there will be vibration, there will be hollow sound. So we will use this proof of concept detect report to see the difference through our AI thing, and then it will automatically record all the thing. So monitor critical equipment through vibration and sound pattern, meaning that we see is it the one that we giving the vibration and sound is doing correctly. And then we are using the better OEE support, stable operation, and more achievable production planning. We turn maintenance from periodic check into data-driven intervention. Okay, the bottleneck of this industry is often talent, not technology. So we have a solution and sector to eliminate the talent barrier. When we find the problem, we train them. We make sure that there's enough people to graduate and then can be go into industry. We make sure they have a job, and then we also absorb in the students. Currently in Malaysia, we are working through with the government JPK, which is Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran, to make our skills, which is from China, of course, to be recognized by the government of Malaysia. So that when the student is graduate, there are two things. First is we are hoping in near time the government may give subsidy to everyone to learn a new skill. The second one is they can have these certificates or micro credential for the students to have a recognition of the skill. It's not just a industry only skill, but it is a government recognized skill. And this has been one of our aim in Malaysia team. Then for smart manufacturing integration lab or training lab is actually our AI lab, whereby this is one of the key products of ICETSD, where we help the schools to set up AI intelligence training platform. And then it is very flexible, meaning that it can be changing the processing line on top of the lab to make sure, for example, you want to change from doing the 3C laser detecting to checking with the condition of fruits, agriculture also can. You want to change from, you can be creative, you want to change the production line of probably doing a tire, probably doing a food. And then at the end, it will be checking through our ICETSD vision, either 2D or 3D. It is very flexible product and equipment developed by ICETSD. So this full stack learning environment is supporting industrial robotic. It also supports machine vision, 3D reverse measurement, AI large scale model, digital twin simulation, smart warehouse system, MES management system. So please find us if your schools or your universities is looking for a new AI lab, especially in the industry of vision AI or smart manufacturing, intelligent manufacturing. Yeah, we are happy to support. So this is a more highlight of our product. This is a AI vision training equipment. You can see there's a different module or different our current different types that we already supply to China's TVET or skill training center or universities. In China, there's a university that also provide diploma in blue collar in skills. And then this is different type of module. For example, electrical control module, 3D vision guided 6-axis collaborating robot module, vision recognition with flexible vibration or vibratory feeding module, disc brake machining module, aircraft engine with 3D reverse engineering module. This one a bit different because the 3D blade is big. So what we do inside our machine is a smaller model of the 3D blade. And then CPU assembly module, industrial AI vision inspection module, 2D vision positioning and packaging inspection module, RFID material sorting module, automated warehouse module, 5G energy management module, safety protection module. Then more modular reconfiguration capabilities. So the system can replicate disc brake manufacturing and inspection line, new energy vehicle on board CPU assembly line, aircraft engine blade reverse verification and inspection line. This platform is widely adopted for teaching and research across engineering discipline, including AI, robotic engineering, information engineering, electrical engineering, and automation and IoT of engineering. By incorporating multiple advanced manufacturing technology, industrial robotic, machine vision, 3D reverse measurement, programmable control AI large model system, AI, flexible vibration technology, electrotechnical engineering, smart sensing, serial communication. Through this platform, users can conduct training and research across all domains of intelligent manufacturing, from fundamental technical principle to complex system integration, providing comprehensive support for cultivating next generation engineering talent.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, we would like to sincerely apologize to our esteemed keynote speaker for having to conclude the session at this point due to time constraint. We truly appreciate for valuable time, insight, and contribution to our conference. We apologize for the interruption and for not being able to allow the session to continue further. For those who may wish to revisit the full session, the video recording of this keynote will be uploaded to our official conference website for your reference. Once again, thank you very much. Thanks for Mr. Hari for your presentation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with our 8th keynote speaker who will be joining us online. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Akmal Rustamis, Director of the Science and Innovation Department at Kimyo International University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Dr. Akmal is an academic leader and researcher with extensive experience in higher education management, engineering education, research, innovation, and international cooperation. He currently serves in a first vice rector position at Tashkent University of Technology and has participated in numerous Erasmus Plus and international higher education projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome Dr. Akmal Rustamis.
Thank you very much. Can I share my presentation?
Yes, you can start, Doctor. But can you share your slide, your screen?
Yes. Yes. So, is it visible now, my presentation?
Yeah, we can see your slide. But can you share your slide presentation?
Oh, with you. Is it visible now? Can I go on? Proceed?
But we are unable to see your slide, Doctor. I mean your PowerPoint.
What about now?
Yes, now we can see your slide. You may start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished members, committee members, professors, colleagues, and guests. My name is Akmal Rustamov, and today I'm pleased to present my research, Next Generation GNSS Security for Sustainable Transportation and Smart Application. So, research presented today focuses especially on vulnerability of GNSS, which means the Global Navigation Satellite System, and its receivers in terms of the spoofing, jamming, and the malicious attacks from single antenna to non-coherent spoofing. So, global navigation satellite systems become a very essential technology and infrastructure in modern society. That is why we chose this movie. So, let me move on. So, this is a brief outline. First, let me introduce a structure of my presentation. First, I will introduce what is the Global Navigation Satellite System, and we're going to discuss with you a few examples on radio frequency vulnerabilities, particularly emphasizing international and intentional spoofings. Second, we're going to discuss with you a background of global navigation satellite systems. Thirdly, we're going to discuss, and I'm going to present the methodologies to develop the research and to see the defense systems and the other systems for the research. And fourthly, I'm going to present and focus experimental results and discussions. Here I will demonstrate the behavior of the proposed metrics, especially under nominal and different kind of conditions. But finally, I'm going to finalize, and then we will share. I'm going to share the findings, scientific contribution, a limitation, and the possible detection for the future research. So let me move on. So to understand the motivation behind this research, we first need to distinguish between the different types of global navigation satellite systems and radio frequency streams. You can see in the slide, we have a different kind of global navigation satellite system receivers, which operate with extremely weak signals arriving from the satellite. Thus, they can be detected in both intentional or unintentional interference. One important category is the jamming, where objective is essentially to prevent receiver from obtaining the global navigation satellite system solutions. And this represents a variant of service type, which is very dangerous attack. So, and one more important category, as you can see in the third part of the slide, is spoofing. In this case, the attacker does not necessarily try to make the receiver to lose global navigation satellite system signals. Instead, attacker attempts to make the receiver process the false global navigation satellite system signals, which is easily meaning that fooling down any kind of receiver. The distinction here is extremely important because with the jamming, receiver may recognize, but with the spoofing, because of the wrong signals and fake signals, receiver cannot understand what is going on. So let me move on. So in this slide, let me focus on specifically on spoofing. Global navigation satellite system spoofing attack to receivers targeting with the transmitting the false signals, that is, imitate legitimate Uniska signals. This is an important message because this characterizes the victim receiver may not immediately recognize the system and malicious attack if the quantified signals vary sufficiently and very similarly, then authentication of any kind of receiver, even if smartphone, drones, or the automobiles, they will fall down. In other words, attacker attempt to influence receiver's interpretation in one. So this creates a particularly serious threat because in any kind of application, depending on reliable position and timing, may be fall down. Example could be the transportation system, autonomous system, logistics, infrastructure, smart city, anywhere else, because we're using the smart technologies in our life in every way. So one more important factor in this slide is increasing accessibility of relatively low-cost hardware and software-defined ratio technologies. And these technologies make it impossible to implement the global navigation system signal simulation with the spoofing. And therefore, global navigation satellite system signals security cannot rely on an assumption that spoofing is too technically difficult or too expensive to perform. So let me give you a small background why the spoofing is too difficult to detect. So in this slide, you can see the Android systems, Android smartphone, and you can see the important aspect, research and choice of the receiver platform. Global navigation satellite system is no longer limited to detect navigation equipment. Today, GNSS receivers can be integrated into smartphones and many other consumer assumptions. According to the reference is shown here in the presentation, the smartphones represent a very large proportion of installed GNSS devices in ecosystem. And this is important because the smartphone are increasingly using the location-based service. So any kind of the app you download from the app is based on the location services. No matter just the transportation application, but emergency systems, mapping, authentication, many other applications. And this creates a major the sector who, let's say, the liability or availability for the raw GNSS measurements on Android devices. As you can see from the slides, how the raw measurements in Android system is developed. You can see that the left part, so GNSS chipset with the marshmallow Android 6 can track the location services like GPS status, location of PVT, position, velocity, and time, any listener, GPS satellite with the data of azimuth, elevation, period, character ratio, and etc. And it's moving forward from year by year. For example, now it is more advanced. I just showed here that what happens before and after 2017. So here the procedure, the code and fees, the pseudo range, Doppler measurement, receivers are additionally added. And therefore, the modern smartphones here provide an interesting research platforms for investigating what happens with GPS or Galileo or Baidu or the GLONASS satellite systems, and we can also analyze if they are vulnerable, if it is possible to spoof or not, or hacking or not. So this was the main target was. You can see in this slide, and this outlines a briefly structure of the research, moving the technical background. You see, I mean, here we have to give to ourselves, can we identify the statistical signature in raw measurements that is reliably distinguish spoofed condition with a normal condition? This was the main question starting the research. And it is a real condition or it is real concern? This was the idea. So in this case, we did firstly establish a motivation like global navigation satellite systems. We know it is essentially a new technology, but the radio frequency interference and the vulnerability of intentional frequency is particularly dependent on the sort of the spoofing types. Second, the part of the research focused on the background and existing approach to spoof detection. And thirdly, we emphasize and introduce methodology and experimental technique because the spoofing in some countries is illegal. And finally, we demonstrate the experimental results and explain how these results were transformed into the practical detection algorithm. And the key transformation here is a security problem, and it is a specific research, like can we create a defense for this kind of spoofing or not? So in the next slide, we give more and more approach for that. So here you can see presenting carrier to noise ratio and the automatic gain control the data for the spoofing detection, because in the classic spoofing detection by raw measurements always rely on carrier to ratio and NGC or automatic gain companion. So for spoofing, for jamming, this requires time series differential analysis, and this is the nominal case. So I mean, the availability of measurements is essential for the research because it proposes the detection method which does not depend only on the final solution. Instead, we want to work directly with measurement generated by Global Navigation Satellite System receiver. And this receiver can provide more information associated with individual satellite signals, including the carrier to noise ratio, Doppler measurements, cross-sector range, carrier phase, time-dependent relation information, and this allows us to observe how individual satellite channels behave over the time. Okay? So, from our research, particularly, we focus on valuable cases because the spoofing may separate patterns that is not necessarily visible if we have only the final position. You can see on the left side how spoofing affected to AGC level. So we started the spoofing after 150 seconds and attacked it to the smartphones. And you can see the automatic control is decreased immediately because of the spoofing. And there is several kinds of the smartphones showed its behavior. And this is allowing us to observe how individual satellite channels behave over time. From the perspective, we also confirm to create the patterns that is not necessarily visible if we look on the final position. Therefore, the raw measurements provide much richer data set for the security analysis. So that is why we try to attempt to investigate these time series measurements in order to evaluate observable data to provide the most informative behavior under the spoofing.
Excuse me,
So
Doctor.
and you can see here the carrier to noise, which is during the spoofing and after the spoofing or until the spoofing. So until the spoofing, you can see the satellites behaving in a different kind of the ratio because of they are coming from the space, because of due to the atmospheric reasons, the pattern is changing a lot. But as soon as the spoofing happens, you can see they are aligned in one line, which means the positive increment. So here we can say that AGC is not a signal for the specific for carrier to noise and carrier to noise plus AGC combined analysis, and continuously. And detecting this threshold must be defined for the reliable or the identifying the detection for the device scenario and dependent scenario. Yeah.
Excuse
So
me,
let's move on.
Doctor.
Here the very interesting things you can see, it brings us important practical question. So the GSS or Global Navigation Satellite System spoofing actually relevant for the concern of smartphones or not? Answer is always yes. The smartphone combines here a very large number of the devices, including the widespread dependence for the positioning information. So here you can see the scenario or the simplistic spoofing scenario with a single antenna and a non-coherent, let's say, tag.
Excuse me,
So,
Doctor. Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, Doctor, for interrupt. Due to time constraint, we would like to request you to wrap up your presentation within the next 2 minutes. Can we? You would like to?
Yes, 10 minutes, yes.
Within 2 minutes, Doctor, you can wrap up your presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, within 2 minutes, I will try to finalize. So this is a simple structure with a single antenna. I will move forward. So I'll try to my best to finalize in the 2 minutes. So this is a spoofing attack we demonstrated. You can easily say that we demonstrated the small satellite signals from Earth trying to detect a different kind of the devices, and we succeeded through the different channels and mathematical algorithms. So let me move on in order to hear our legitimate and spoofed revised signals mathematical formula for attacking the smart devices. So let me move on to the results section. This is the low cost non-coherent the spoofing algorithm, and this is the list of the device we attacked. And this is some results from our spoofing detection, how spoofing is succeeded, Yes. And here are some remarks. So let me move fastly to the results. This is again the methodology part, but I will show you later on. You can see the from that. So this is some results part. We computed the spoofing. We used the correlation coefficients in order to separate the spoofed signals with the real signals, and we integrated this approach to the smart devices. We used this coordinate algorithm to the chips in order to detect and act immediately. You can see there's some results before the spoofing, after the spoofing. So, which means that after the spoofing, under the spoofing, our results is succeeded. You can see the how it is succeeded with aggregating metrics. So, and this is an algorithm, decision logic algorithm for implemented in chips of some smartphones. And this decision logic and our code is already implemented by the Google. And we have a collaboration with them. And this is also decision logic with the average correlation increment with the nominal and the spoofing signals. So, and this is a window lens observation with the different kind of smartphones and the devices after and before the experiments. Yeah, let me move down to the final results. And then, yeah, here I would like to highlight some takeaway. The first takeaway, that spoofing detection technique has been presented based on the analysis of global navigation satellite system measurements. We analyzed it, we included different kind of raw measurements, we used average Gaussian correlation coefficients considering the all the satellite signals with the peers, and we observed the window lens extension investigated by depending on the latency the constraints. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that I'm on the time. If you have any question, I'm open in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamal, for the inspiring and insightful presentation. Thank you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our 9th and final keynote session for today. It is my great honor to introduce our final keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Muthu Krishna Velasamy Kumarasamy, Program Coordinator for Civil Engineering at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. He is the head of Civil Engineering discipline at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and also serves as the interim NRF Search Chair in Waste and Climate Change. He is also a visiting professor at the Institute of Environmental Engineering, University of Zielona Góra, Poland. His research focused on water quality modeling and monitoring, pollutant transport, wastewater impact, climate change, emergency contaminations, and sustainable water management. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving our final keynote speaker a very warm round of applause as well welcome Professor Dr. Muthu Krishna Velasamy Kumarasamy. Hello? Professor?
Morning. Do you hear?
Yeah, okay.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear. You can start
Okay.
your
Do you see
presentation.
do you see my screen?
Yes, Professor, we can see your screen.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. I feel honored to be invited as a keynote speaker, and I thank conference organizer and Uniska for all the arrangements. So, due to time constraints, I will move on to my presentation straight away. I'm Prof. Kumarasamy, Head of Civil Engineering and NRF Chassis Interim Chair for Water and Waste and Climate Change at University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. So I'm based in Civil Engineering. I'm Head of the discipline. And we have 4 colleges across 5 campuses in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we are based in School of Engineering and College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science. And we have some facilities around in our civil engineering. And move on to the sub-disciplines of civil engineering. We are based in water resources engineering and cross-cutting environmental engineering within civil engineering. We do have other civil engineering sub-disciplines as well. So this is my team under under my research chair. So we have water and environmental research group, and we have collaborators outside and our postdoctoral candidates for PhD and our other colleagues in civil engineering. Move on to my presentation. So the water resources our water resources are facing dual threat. One is on nutrient enrichment, and the second is emerging contaminants. These two are very threatening in day-to-day human interventions. So that we need to be strategically managed. We need integrated strategies for handling these contaminants. There were so many studies that has been conducted on particularly the emerging contaminants, including antibiotic and microplastics, etc. So our main focus here in this presentation is on antibiotic or pharmaceutical personal care products. So the global water stress situation, as we see that the many countries are on water stressed and declining water quality due to poor sanitation facilities and pollution events, and that put more pressure on water resources. Our concern is about, as I explained, which is pharmaceutical products, particularly antibiotic. This has been detected by various studies around the world. For example, our recent publications in MDBI and so on. So the global overview of antibiotic pollution in rivers, the study conducted in 2022 have collected water samples from over 1,000 study sites from 258 rivers across more than 100 countries. So that study has clearly demarcated that the various river catchments are under threat with antibiotic, particularly with their concentration levels higher than 25% of samples were greater than the concentration that considered to be safe for aquatic environment, which is very much threatening for our water resources around the countries in globe. So the purpose of the study is to develop a model which enhance our understanding about the dynamics of water quality, degradation, and impact of the pollutants in the river ecosystem. The role of mathematical model in technological innovation, that the model or in the engine, it involves in terms of integrating the diverse data set, simulate complex scenarios, and predict fate and transport of contaminants, which is basically will give us some understanding about how the antibiotic and nutrients are and dynamics behave in the river ecosystem and impacts river health. So in order to do that, we need to understand about the available literature, available models and their capacity and approaches, modeling aspects, their capabilities and specific application considerations and their limitations. So in our study, we have carried out the strength and limitations of the previous models available, and we identify their research gaps, and we fulfill with our model setup. So from there, we to scope for our research has been drawn and with a selected study site in South Africa namely the Amazon river catchment was selected as our study site, and we have targeted to consider the pollutants, for example, ammonia, nitrates, and dissolved oxygen as in terms of nutrient enriching pollutants in the river catchment. In addition, as I explained, the antibiotics were chosen. So there are four basic antibiotics were chosen: the sulfamethoxazole, erythromycin, penicillin, tetracycline. These are commonly used in South Africa, and from this literature, this has been identified as a common antibiotic used in elsewhere as well. So we selected 18 studies as sampling sites along the river to carry out this water sampling and further genomic study to understand how the antibiotics, in addition to the nutrients, impact the river ecosystem and enhancing or encouraging the antimicrobial resistance genomic. And particularly the point where we have the sampling conducted in and around the wastewater discharge location point. So along the river, this map shows the study area and 18 sampling sites where the main point are strategically identified to see the effect of industrial, agricultural, residential, urban parks, and wastewater treatment facilities locations along the river catchment. So we carried out some sampling along the river over a period of time, placing around strategically and collected samples at least four times during a year, covering up a different season and impact on temporal distributions. So from our chromatobic analysis, on the targeted antibiotics, we identified the presence of the antibiotics along the river catchments, so which indicates that there are impacts on discharge of these antibiotics. Sources has been identified from these wastewater discharge, basically. So this chromatography analysis will give us the indication of the trace quantity of the antibiotic, whereas we went on detecting the samples along with the concentration. With the help of the standards of antibiotic samples, we have come up with the concentration measurements analysis. So we detected some antibiotics, so particularly in the middle reach of the river, where the wastewater discharge is located. That indicates that the wastewater is the main source of the antibiotic, whereas in the upper reach of the river, this can be noted down that the antibiotic detection was not detected, is very low or not detected. Whereas in downstream locations, there are some study sites that has been detected with antibiotic, so which indicates that there are some informal settlements or some other catchment practices discharges waste antibiotics into the stream. So this is particularly for the focus on 4 antibiotic that we have considered. Then we have moved on to the metagenomic testing to see how the antibiotics are influencing on the antibiotic resistance development from the samples. This was conducted for 3 samples only because of the budget constraint and also the time constraints as well. So this takes very long, and this microbial community is basically getting resistance against the antibiotic. Over a period of time, this the microbes or the bacteria gets resistance against these antibiotics. This has been conducted with 16S long series, conducted with the metagenomic testing carried out. All right, the results reveal that the variation of the sizes of the zones and clearance, and the first batch of the extracts where exhibits 78% of the isolates exhibits resistance against the sulfamethasazole, which is one of the major antibiotic commonly used in South Africa. And in the subsequent batches, we have identified 73 to 89% of isolates demonstrate the resistance against the sulfamethasazole erythromycin series. So basically, tetracycline was the least at 2% of isolates were found resistance against tetracycline. So with the DNA extraction, so we identified that, as I explained previously, the larger detection were in the middle reach of the river, where the wastewater discharge is located, which means that this is very clear that the antibiotic coming from the wastewater treatment is impacting the river ecosystem health.
Excuse me, sir.
With the
Excuse me,
discussion,
sir.
so we identified as I explained, that were 4 sampling were conducted over a year. Particularly the winter season, a significant high concentration of antibiotic were detected, and so that was due to the high usage of antibiotics during winter season, where the diseases spread may be higher. In addition, we in South Africa, in KwaZulu-Natal, we have a higher rainfall recorded during the spring season. That also detected when contributes the dilution of the antibiotic entering the treatment facility. So there, during the spring season, we have detected less concentration of antibiotic in that from the samples collected in that spring season. Whereas the winter season was higher detected. So then in the second phase of our research, we have moved on to the model formulation to understand how the model, how the antibiotic or pollutant fate and transport is governed. So we conceptualized the river reach into a series of mixing units, and considering the mass balance along with the mass conservation, decay, deaeration, algae growth, and absorption, etc., has been considered in terms of developing the model. So the model basically follows the first order ordinary differential equation to considering the particular concentration spatially and temporally. With considering all the dynamics of the model, the fate and transport of the pollutant, the model formulation has been carried out for all these hybrid mixing units. And then by solving them, we get the concentration of antibiotic at different locations at different time interval. So this is our model equation for antibiotic, and we have developed one more similar model equation for dissolved organic matter, particulate organic matter, and then total suspended solids.
Excuse me, sir.
So with these model equations are simultaneously solved, and to get the concentration of each parameter further. And to validate the model, we have carried out the tracer test, which means that the tracer is released at one point, knowing along the river, and measure the concentration along at the downstream location. So this will give us a model calibration scenario by using least square optimization, error optimization to identify the model parameters. So this slide shows that how the tracer test is conducted in the river. The first chart shows the measured concentration and randomly guessed values for the model parameters, which we see that there are mismatch, and then using the systematic error optimization algorithm, we can get the model parameters matched where the measured and simulated or modeled concentration time profile are matched.
Excuse me, sir.
And move on to that. But previously in the tracer test is one slug quantity of the tracer is released, but whereas in the river the concentration input will be variable with time variable. So we do the convolution integral for getting individual concentration time profiles, and then overlapping them, we can able to get the concentration output at any location.
Excuse me,
then
sir.
We move on to developing the model framework under Python programming. We have the model set up particularly for antibiotic, organic matter, suspended solids, and nutrients.
Excuse me, Prof.
All the necessary inputs from the river catchments, and all the rate constants from the literature, we input them and simulate the model.
Professor, excuse me.
The model results and measured concentration along the river reach was identified, where I explained previously the middle reach has higher concentration of pollutants. The pollutant concentration is modeled, and measured concentrations are closely matching with the measured simulated concentration of the pollutant.
Professor, excuse me. Excuse me.
Simulated from our developed model tool, whereas a closer view of the sampling locations, whereas the main river is having the better quality of water, whereas the smaller polluted stream is joining at that point, whereas we see that the
Professor, excuse me. Professor, sorry, excuse me. Sorry, Professor, excuse me.
Right.
Okay, Professor.
The global approach of to antibiotic removal from the wastewater over various countries have identified different solutions. Still, there are some research gaps available. Our next step is to further develop the treatment cost model development, real-time treatment optimization, new treatment options using new materials for wastewater treatment before it is being discharged out in the river catchment.
Excuse me, Professor. Professor, can you hear us?
So that's my end of my presentation. So we are recruiting master's, PhD, postdoctoral candidates within water environmental engineering. You can reach out me with this. You can scan the QR code and reach me out.
Thank you very much, Professor Muthu Krishna, for
sponsors and my collaborators and my other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Muthu Krishna, for the insightful and inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for all of our speakers.
As a token of our appreciation, we would like to inform all our online keynote speakers that your e-certificate of appreciation will be provided to you after the conference. Once again, thank you very much for your contribution to our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to one of the most significant moments of today's program, the Memorandum of Agreement MOA signing ceremony. This MOA represents a stronger commitment towards collaborations in academic development, research opportunities, mobility program, and future joint initiative between the Fakultas Teknik Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari and the Faculty of Engineering and Quantity Surveying, INTI International University. To begin this ceremony, we would like to invite the respective deans, Associate Professor Engineer Firda Helena, and Associate Professor Dr. Chua Keng Hu to come forward to the signing table. The signing ceremony will be witnessed by Dr. Elisa Fajriyati, Vice Rector of Uniska, and Professor Technologist Dr. Wong Lingxing, Pro-Vice Chancellor of INTI International University. May I kindly invite them to join us at the signing table. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to both the institution. Thank you very much, Uniska, and thank you, INTI International University.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like also to remind everyone that at the end of parallel session, we will have our closing and award ceremony, which will begin at 5 p.m. Therefore, we kindly ask all participants to return to main conference hall by 5 p.m. to join us for the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with our lunch break and networking session from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. The lunch venue is located behind this hall on your right-hand side. Please make your way to the designated venue and enjoy your lunch. We also encourage everyone to take this opportunity to network and connect with fellow participants. Kindly be reminded to return by 5 p.m. to continue with our next agenda. Thank you everyone and enjoy your lunch.
Selamat datang di Banjarmasin.
Baik, kepada seluruh peserta diberitahukan bahwa kita akan kembali ke tempat ini pada pukul 2. Oke, jadi silakan makan siang dulu, setelah itu nanti akan kembali lagi ke sini kembali ke track chair pada pukul 2. Demikian diberitahukan. Untuk ruangannya nanti akan ada di lantai 3. Jadi silakan makan siang dulu, baru nanti kembali ke lantai 3 untuk seminar paralel. Terima kasih.
hari suku ku tabung mesti bari marah ku bari dengan japit diri asal terapung beserta kota kabung tes hitam mulai berkembang rusak hati mulai berkembang rusak hati alahai sayang Hitam-hitam tampuknya tampuk Palawi, hitam-hitam tampuknya tampuk Palawi, batang kamuning luruh kambangnya, batanglah kamuning luruh kambangnya. Alahai sayang, alahai sayang, biar hirangnya manis tapi panggawi, biar hirangnya manis tapi panggawi, awak putih kuning apa gunanya, awak putih kuning apa gunanya. Alahai sayang, alahai sayang. Anak lalat ya guring-guring bagantung, anak lalat ya guring-guring bagantung, anak-anak warik menyanyiakan, anak-anak warik menyanyiakan. Alahai sayang, alahai sayang. Kadang rupanya lamun bauntung, kadang rupanya lamun bauntung, kelakuan baik lagi beriman, kelakuan baik lagi beriman. Alahai sayang, alahai sayang. Si burung palu menginap di kayu mati, bakuriak meminta tulung tali salawar ajaran mati. Curian si burung palu bagantung di purun warung, bakuriak meminta tulung jajak paku. Wayah ini salawat kada batari, sakit timbal sudah kada ada lagi. Pantun ini wawara urang bahari, pantun ini wawara urang Banjar. Si burung palu bakumpul lalu terapat, bakuriak meminta tulung bisulnya pacar tagapit lawang. Wayah ini salawar kada batali, sakit tumbal sudah kada ada lagi. Pantun ini wawara urang bahari, pantun ini wawara urang Banjar. Wayah ini salawar kada batali, sakit tumbal
pantun ini wawarah urang Banjar. Aku batulah ingasinanang lawan si galuh manu aku nang tarasa nyaman hati siang malam duai garangan dan aman hati di wayang malam di bagus sunyi manu aku baru ada agak hari Tuhan membawa untuk apa beriwayat ini kutub-kutuban rasa hatiku rasa benar rasa kerindangan salawas madam kebenua orang apa beriwayat ini kutub-kutuban rasa hatiku rasa benar rasa kerindangan salawas madam kebenua orang. Sekedar kau tak bisa baru aku nang bersimba indah tak ingat jua kampung halaman pesan kabar buat urang banua apa berdiwaya ini kutu-kutuban rasa hatiku terasa benar rasa kerindangan selawas padam kebenua urang apa berdiwaya ini kutu-kutuban rasa hatiku terasa benar rasa kerindangan selawas padam kebenua urang selawas padam kebenua selawas padam kebenua urang. lalakiannya gagah kaya Arjuna aduhai sayang panganten Banjar datang baiman melihat panganten duduk batatan dihiasi pelaminan wang kambang sarai aduhai sayang Raja Sari bakar asminan Salawat salam diucapkan diiringi hadrawan bunyi terbang Duhai rahayu balalawasan aduhai sayang untung padam Biniannya bunga swan langka lalakiannya gagah kaya Arjuna aduhai sayang panganten Banjar iban panganten duduk batatai hiasi pelan wang kambang sarai aduhai sayang Raja Sahari musik panting buat tari-tarian ada sinoman bunyi gamelan 7 hari 7 malam bakar asminan Salawat salam diucapkan diiringi hadrawan bunyi terbang Duhai rahayu balalawasan aduhai sayang tuntung pandang Ting sambil. Hari penglihatan sayang angin menyapu, angin menyapu di tengah hari. Hatiku bingung sayang betapa pilu, mandung-mandung hatiku bingung sayang betapa pilu. Bawa bernyanyi sambil menari. Aduh sarang sayang dipendadakan, mendung-mendung. Aduh sarang sayang dipendadakan. Duduk Pak Ahmad mangaut nasi. Mendung-mendung nangka barang sayang sepanjanakan. Mendung-mendung nangka barang sayang sepanjanakan. Asa marukat di dalam hati. Mendung-mendung, aduh marumpun sayang batimpun api. Mendung-mendung, aduh marumpun sayang batimpun api. Ada bilalang di tangan baju. Mendung-mendung, aduh marumpun sayang batikin hati. Mendung-mendung, aduh marumpun sayang batikin hati. Buka bilangan pada bertujuh. Sudah sampai saku lilingan, mulai pada Awadinya alai memilih anda jangan di dalam badi turun-turunnya malip jai ulas hati manjatuh pamanderan biragawani biraga tapang rasa manjatuh kembang layu ibarat kumpai larut salajur hanyut salajur lalu sampai akan kasarku ini alai kataku sudah sampai sakulingan umai pada akan lawat diinya alai memilih di dalam bani biragawani biraga tapang rasa manjatuh kembang layu ibarat kumpai larut salajur hanyut salajur hanyut salajur hanyut salajur dari ada lupa Arabang kupasanakan angin batiup ya sayang ku bayangkan sayang di halaman dan hati setiap hari rindu dan damai burung karabang ku pasanakan angin batiup ya sayang ku bayangkan sayang di halaman ingat katamu di bulan Tara janji kawin mulinya datang kawin barang ya sayang wan kuda gipang kawin barang ya sayang wan kuda gipang sayang wan kuda gipang. Di Banjarmasin 1000 sungai, urangnya ramah panaguran pamuringan, kayu baimbay karakatan barataan, pian pangdatang, kami sambut Tuhan bangsa kambang. Sungai nan panjang, sungai kuin kapangambangan, 1000 sungai, kota bungas di Baringaran, Jukung Balinggang, Linggang Jabit Tirik Balan, Pasar Tarapung, wisata kota Kabungan. Sabu batu akik dan jemputan sasirangan, sabu batu akik bang berenteng kembang rampai, makan soto Banjar 50 parahakan, makan papaisan ramania kulit pisang, papuyuga ubar pirik akan sambal acan, saluang haruan dengan walu dengan asam. Sungai nan panjang, sungai kuin kapangambangan, 1000 sungai, kota bungas di Baringaran, Jukung Balinggang, Linggang Jabit Tirik Balan, Pasar Tarapung. Dan jemputan sasirangan, sabu batu akam bang berenteng kembang rampai, makan soto Banjar 50 parahakan, makan papaisan ramania kulit pisang, papuyuga ubar pirik akan sambal acan, saluang haruan dengan walu dengan asam, makan soto Banjar 50 parahakan, makan papaisan ramania kulit pisang, papuyuga ubar pirik akan sambal acan, saluang haruan dengan walu dengan asam, pian pangdendaman kami jua karindangan, pian pangdendaman kami jua karindangan. Sekian, terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, our session will begin in another 5 minutes. So I would like to ask all the VIPs to come to your seats so we can move to our next agenda. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our session will begin in another 5 minutes. So we kindly invite everyone to take your seat and we will prepare for our next agenda. Thank you.
Batu licin pulau Suwangi, di Subarang di Tanjung Sardang. Batu licin pulau Suwangi, di Subarang di Tanjung Sardang. Pipi licin batam bangani, nyaman 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 ramah mandang. Pipi Suwangi barabu kapal, naik ke darat membawa cuka. Di Suwangi barabu kapal, naik ke darat membawa cuka. Pian mamuji baju bagana, baik bapara bahadap muha. Pian mamuji baju bagana, baik bapara bahadap muha. Kapadapan ambil tapi, perahu bugis membawa pisang. Kapadapan ambil tapi, perahu bugis membawa pisang. Kami datang sambil memuji, untuk maharit hati nan rindang. Kami datang sambil memuji, untuk maharit hati nan rindang. Sungai danau ke pulau-lau, ambil papan gasan paniti. Sungai danau ke pulau-lau, ambil papan gasan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the final part of our program, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the closing ceremony of ICETSD 2026. To deliver the closing remark, it is my honor to invite Associate Professor Dr. Loh Wen Pei, the Deputy Chair, to give the speech. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Loh to the stage.
Dear distinguished guest speaker, college, and participants, good afternoon. We have finally reached the end of ICET 2026. As one of the deputy chair of this conference, it is my great pleasure to share this final closing remark with you. First, I want to say a big thanks to our host, Uniska. Okay. Thank you for providing such a wonderful venue, excellent facility, and warm hospitality. Special thanks to Associate IR Firdaus, Dr. Salkani, and your team member. You make all of us feel welcome and also work so hard behind the scenes to make this event successful. I sincerely thanks also to our indie colleague, our co-organizers, and sponsor for this wonderful support. To our keynote speaker, plenary speakers, and presenter, thank you for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Your presentations gave us a great ideas for a sustainable future. Most importantly, thank you to all of our participants. We are very happy with the amazing turnout this year. We have a great crowd of roughly 200 people here with us physically in Kalimantan, and about nearly 100 of them joining us online for around the world. Thank you for coming to share your research and ideas. I hope you make a good connections and found these sections useful. Have a safe journey home and look forward to seeing you all again in ICET 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Loh, for the meaningful and inspiring closing remarks. May I kindly invite Associate Professor Dr. Loh to remain on the stage for the token of appreciation presentation ceremony. At this time, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Institution of Engineering and Technology, IET, for its valuable support and contribution as a conference partner of ICETSD 2026. May I kindly invite Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Lee Hong Ping, Associate Professor Engineer Firda Helena, and Dr. Muhammad Saukani to join on the stage for the presentation of the token of appreciation to the IET. Now, we would like to call the representative of IET to kindly come to the stage to receive the token. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving a warm round of applause. Thank you, IET, for the valuable support and contribution to ICETSD 2026. At this time, we also like to present the certificate of appreciation to our distinguished plenary speaker in recognition of their valuable contributions and participation in ICETSD 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, first, may I invite Mr. Muhammad Akmal Labib Ralibi to come forward to receive the certificate of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Mr. Muhammad Akmal Labib Ralibi. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Akmal. Next is Professor Dr. Miswar Tumpu. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our plenary speaker. Thank you, Professor Dr. Miswar Tumpu. And next, I would like to call Dr. Novi Konitatin. Please come to the stage to receive their certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our plenary speaker. Thank you, Dr. Novi.
Ladies and gentlemen, next, Professor Dr. Yuli Panca Asmara. Okay, give applause for our speaker. Thank you, Professor Dr. Yuli Panca Asmara. And next, I'll invite Professor Dr. Yukinobu Miyamoto. Thank you very much. And then finally, Mr. Muhammad Subhan. All right, thank you, Mr. Subhan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to all our distinguished plenary speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the award ceremony of ICETSD 2026. This ceremony is held to recognize and celebrate the outstanding achievement, creativity, innovation, and contribution of our participants and presenters.
We shall begin with the announcement of results for the Innovation and Invention competition. Ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of their outstanding achievements and innovative contributions, the winners will receive a cash prize as part of their award. Without further ado, let us turn our attention to the screen for the announcement of the winners. And now we come to the exciting moment as we reveal the top 3 winners. The second runner-up, with the project title Pump Hydro Generator Conversion of WWTP Waste Flow into Microscale Electric Energy. Congratulations!
Next, the first runner-up, with the project title BioTrack Real-Time IoT Water Quality Monitoring System for Tilapia Farming.
And finally, the moment we have all been waiting for, the champion with the project title Resell Box. Congratulations to all the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the ICETSD 2026 Awards ceremony, where we recognize and celebrate the outstanding contribution and achievement of our participants. The awards are presented in appreciation of dedication, excellence, and valuable contributions demonstrated throughout the conference. Without further ado, let's us begin the ICETSD 2026 Awards ceremony.
Our first award is the Institution of Engineering and Technology IET Award, presented in recognition of outstanding achievement and contributions. Before we proceed with the award presentation, may I kindly invite Professor Engineer Dr. Leong Wai Yi, representing IET, to come forward and join us on the stage. May I now invite Professor Dr. Miswar Tumpu to come forward and join us on the stage to receive the award. Congratulations to the winners. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give our recipient a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor Leong, for presenting the IET Award, and congratulations once again to the recipient.
Next, we have the Best Abstract Award, presented in recognizing of outstanding quality, relevance, and contribution of the submitted abstract. The winner will receive a cashback voucher as part of their award. We have 3 recipients for this award. May I invite the following recipients to come forward. First, Februati from Universitas Borneo Lestari. Please come to the stage. Thank you very much, and give applause once again. And for the second, Dini Desi Ningrum from Universitas Diponegoro. Thank you very much. And the third, Sofia Ahda from Uniska. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give our award recipient a warm round of applause. Congratulations to all three recipients and our sincere appreciation to MPR supporting this award.
Moving on, we have the Best AI Innovation Award, presented in recognition of outstanding innovation and application of artificial intelligence. We have three recipients for this award. May I invite the following recipients to come forward. First, I would like to call upon Muhammad Subhan from Uniska. Next, I would like to call Yukinobu Miyamoto from Otemon Gakuen University. And the third recipient, I would like to call Muhammad Azharuddin from Uniska. Muhammad Azharuddin.
Maybe the representative of Muhammad.
Maybe PIC, the representative from Muhammad Azharuddin. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our recipients a big round of applause. Congratulations to all three recipients. We would also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Haizin Chen and C-Race for their generous support of ICETSD 2026 and for sponsoring this award.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the Best Technology Award, present in collaboration with the Technological Association Malaysia, TEM. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to TEM for their support and contribution towards ICETSD 2026. Congratulations in advance to the award recipient, and we look forward to announcing the results soon.
Before we end this conference, may I kindly invite Professor Dr. Munir Hayathan to come forward and join us on the stage for the announcement. Please welcome Professor Munir to the stage.
Delighted to announce that ICETSD 2027 will be hosted in Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok. We cannot stop in 3, so it will move on to 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So I also warmly invite Uniska and all other co-organizers, co-hosts to continue this journey with us to Bangkok. Yeah. So we are here now in Banjarmasin. We will fly to Bangkok, inshallah. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Munir, and we look forward to welcoming all of you to the next ICETSD. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the end of the segment, once again, we would like to invite everyone to kindly scan the QR code displayed on the screen to receive your e-certificate of participation. Make sure you fill in the form to receive the e-certificate. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to all our award recipients. Your achievement reflect the creativity, innovation, dedication, and excellence that we are proud to celebrate at ICETSD 2026. On behalf of the ICETSD 2026 Organizing Committee, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all our partners, sponsors, co-organizers, keynote speakers, presenters, committee members, and participants for your invaluable support and contribution throughout the conference. Before we officially conclude today's program, we would also like to introduce ourselves. I am Putri.
And I am Aulia. It has been our great pleasure and honor to be your MCs for ICETSD 2026. Thank you for your kind attention, participation, and wonderful energy through the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving a final and well-deserved round of applause to all our award recipients and to everyone who has contributed to the success of ICETSD 2026. With that, we officially conclude ICETSD 2026. Thank you very much, and we wish everyone a safe journey home. We look forward to welcoming you again on the further events. Thank you
and have a wonderful evening. Now, I would like to call all the committee members from Inti International Universities and Uniska to come to